2, 1. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Another Sunday evening broadcast. We're starting to do a few more of these. You're starting to see us on Sundays a bit more. Simply put, the election is coming, and there's so many controversial topics, so many issues going on, that you could probably look forward to seeing us to some degree on Sundays more and more, at least right up to the election. So we don't normally do Sunday broadcasts. Nevertheless, here we are, yet another topic that is worthy of discussion. So I want to come on here, get your points, talk to the folks. And many of you already see what the live stream is titled, because I see Tyler Johnson in the comments on TikTok already saying, no, he should not. 2 topics we're going to talk about coming right out of the last presidential debate, the debate that took place Thursday night. 2 topics of conversation. I want to hear your opinion, mainly because in regards to the first topic, there's a hell of a lot of rumors circulating. Topic number 1, for the good of this great nation, should President Biden step down and allow someone else to continue the pursuit? Not only are we asking, should he step down, do you believe it would benefit America at all? Whether you side with Trump, my beloved MAGA, or whether you are leaning left, do you believe Biden stepping down would be beneficial to this country at all? So first off, should he step down? Second, if he does, would he be beneficial to the country? Fact is, there are more and more media outlets. I saw it on Fox first, and obviously Fox discussing liberal politics is always going to be, taken with a grain of salt. But Fox News first was the first one to suggest that some liberal insider had already broke the story that many were beginning to talk to Biden. Liberal politicians, liberals on the inside, were talking to Biden, trying to convince him to step down. It's starting to spread, folks. Some of the liberal publications are now saying that Obama's involved in it. They're trying to talk to his wife to get him to convince him to step down. So I'm just going to give you my humble opinion. I do believe, based on the articles I've encountered, what I've read, that there is a legitimate effort to talk to Biden, and we'll see what happens from there. So that's topic number 1. Topic number 2 is, I suppose, kind of comical. Nevertheless, President Trump brought this up. So I want to ask you folks, what the hell do you think this is? What are, as President Trump was quoted as saying, what are black jobs? What the hell is a black job? President Trump stated that letting all of these immigrants in the country, they are coming in America and taking black jobs, so that African Americans are going to find themselves unemployed, because a lot of these immigrants are taking away all of the black jobs. So I want to ask you folks, we don't ban, we don't block, we don't judge your opinion. Feel free to speak here without worry of the host trying to limit your opinion or censor you. What are black jobs in your humble opinion? Because this is a phrase that came directly from President Trump. So you have your 2 topics. The show begins. You know it is. Always will remain MAGA friendly. Been that way from day one. Always will be. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. You don't have to agree with anyone in the comment section. Damn it, you don't have to agree with the host. That's how the program is read. Look it in the comments. Says former President Trump. Well, I get that a lot of times. Anytime I refer to Trump as President Trump, well, he's former President Trump, whatever the case may be. Fact is, I respect the office. As far as I'm concerned, it's President Bush, President Carter, President Obama, President Trump. But I understand there's a hell of a lot of people that don't favor Trump. The last thing they want him being referred to as president. I just respect the office. I'm going to call you governor. Once you've been governor, I always call you governor. Just the way it is. Look at in the comments, though. If anyone should be stepping down, should be the 34th time in counting lying, sexual assaulting felon. Wow, that's a mouthful, Kelly. However, President Trump's side of the aisle are very, very much in love with his campaign. There were 9 other choices, from Vivek Ramaswamy, Ron DeSantis, governor of South Dakota, you name it. And they went with President Trump resoundingly. So President Trump doesn't have any reason to step down. His side is fairly behind him and backing him rather strongly. Looking in the comments before we go to the box, black jobs are just statistics, just like Puerto Rican job, white job, Asian job. That's all it is. You know, it's got to be more than a statistic. Tell me the difference, because you just stated that came from Juan Jose, saying that black jobs is only statistics, just like Puerto Rican job, white job, Asian job is what you're saying. Then tell me the difference between a Puerto Rican job and an Asian job. What is a black job? There's something that made him add the word black before job. I was under the impression if you're working, you're working. I'm looking for a job. That's how we normally do it. I go back to the day and age when you put on a suit, you go out, press the flesh, hand resumes in. They all do it online now. But I was always under the impression we were looking for a job. I've never heard of the term black job, so there has to be a little bit more to it than just statistics. Going to the box, start out with the one and only Moo, the tuxedo cat. Good evening, Moo. Moo might be the one to ask. Moo, what is a black job?
So what he meant by that is he means janitorial work.
Ooh.
He means fast food restaurants. He means Walmart. He means, places like KFC, right? That's what he was saying to you guys when he said that. So, people will come up here and gaslight you. That's not what he meant. That's not what he meant to say. That's exactly what he meant to say. So that's what he said to you.
So basically low-level blue-collar positions.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, that's exactly what he meant. Yeah.
But I mean, we got a hell of a lot of African Americans in Congress. We got African Americans on the police force. We got African Americans throughout American politics. Why assume?
I agree, but we're not. That's you're correct, but you're the one saying that. That's not what he said. That's what you're saying. He said black jobs, right? So yeah, you're correct, and I agree with you. But that's not what the dude that they want to elect for president is saying.
Yeah. Well, Tim Scott is senator in South Carolina. Is that a black job?
Again, I agree with you, but that is not what the president was putting into context there, right? Just like when the lights are too bright and I can only see all the dark ones, right? I can only see. So these are meant to be racial slander, right? They are not meant they're meant in good fun for his base, his white base, because that's who he's trying to cater to. Any minority that comes along for the ride, they'll use you until they no longer need you, and then they'll get rid of you. And Trump does that in particular to most people that he deals with.
So you believe that Trump's goal is to cater to whites as opposed to blacks? You're saying they're only going to use blacks? Trump is saying he's done more for Trump is saying he's done more for African Americans than any president since Abraham Lincoln. What say you?
Yeah, I understand. I mean, of course I don't agree with that, right? Because, I'm not even going to argue that point because it's ridiculous, right? It's a ridiculous thing to say. Just like the ridiculous things he was saying up on stage at the debate, right?
Give me an example. Give me an example. What was he saying ridiculous at the debate?
Sure. Yeah, we have the best water after birth unalivings, right? After birth abortions. And the endless things at his rallies, like being scared of sharks, etc. But I do want to get to your question, because I will say this, man. Blue MAGA, right? Blue MAGA has been out in force these past couple days, man. Biden needs to step down. He needs to step down. Now, I don't know exactly what's wrong with him, right? He seems to have episodes where he is okay at one moment, right? And then he's having issues the next, okay? So this is a problem, okay? And if you're going to sit here and tell me that I owe you my vote, and I have to feel the same way you do, and I have to accept the fact that, Biden has a stutter and he had a cough and this and that and this and that. I even got told I was failing to understand the human condition. How about this? You're failing to understand the fact that this is elder abuse, right? And this man's wife should be telling him to go retire, sit on a beach, and enjoy the little bit of your life that you have left, Mr. Biden, okay?
Wow.
You had a decent presidency, okay? I wouldn't say you can be proud of your record because you funded a genocide on the way out. So I don't know how proud of your record you can really be. And don't try to tell me that Biden is some sort of compassionate grandpa, okay? The dude is funding a genocide, okay?
Well, let me say this though, because you're saying that he can't really be proud of his record due to the genocide you're bringing up. Many would suggest that folks who support Biden, they believe his biggest success was preventing Trump from getting reelected.
And let me make this clear. That's if that's your standard for the presidency, I feel bad for you, right? You don't want Medicare for all. You don't want comprehensive transportation systems, right? Like he did an infrastructure bill, right? But I can guarantee you that most Americans aren't seeing a difference in their life because the wealth inequality in this country is outrageous. We have a massive homeless problem. We have a massive housing problem, okay? And I will vote for Biden even if he's a corpse because I do not want Trump. But what I'm telling you is you need to go with someone else. You're going to lose the election if you stick with Biden.
But I'm listening to you. I want to give, I don't know if I've ever asked you this on the program. You know, we used to get the letter grades in school, A, B, C, D, or F. What grade would you give Biden now that his term is coming to a conclusion?
I give him about a C or a D, man. He's no great shakes, okay? You know, so again, you know, I'm a progressive, right? When I see Biden falter, this to me is an opportunity for me to get the Democrats to hopefully put up someone further to the left than Joe Biden, okay? This is an opportunity for me. All right. I am not a Democrat. I am an independent progressive, and I am trying to take over the Democrat Party with other progressives to move them further to the left and to eliminate the corporate money flowing through their fucking party like a goddamn sieve. Okay. That's my goal.
So there are some folks that are in the conversation, should Biden step down, and I agree with you, it probably would be in his best interest. I mean, you only got a few years left in life. Why not enjoy him in a less pressurized environment? But in the conversation would be Gavin Newsom. What do you think of Gavin Newsom of California? Is he progressive enough?
No, I think it's a mistake to. So if you don't put up a populist, right? Gavin Newsom is a corporate Democrat, man, and he's going to keep the status quo. You need to put up someone like a Jamie Raskin, a Ro Khanna, a Katie Porter, an AOC, a Nina Turner, one of those people, because that's how you're going to get policy pushed through Congress, because you need a populist at this point. Trump is a fake populist, right? He pretends to want policies for the middle class, but really he just wants to make tax cuts again for the rich people, and he wants to dismantle various parts of the government, and he wants to stick Nazis and white supremacists in various offices within our government, and you know, that kind of.
Let me ask you this now. Let me ask you, here's another name. Now, I wouldn't have thought about this name, but it's certainly coming in on YouTube from a few viewers. Pete Buttigieg. I mean, Pete Buttigieg is obviously a member of the LGBT community.
Again, you know, you guys, again, you want a court. Why is the Democrat Party so determined to defeat itself, right? You're constantly nominating corporatists that nobody likes, and Pete Buttigieg did very little about that spill in that part of Virginia,
Ohio.
I think it
in
was,
Ohio,
right?
Yeah,
Ohio, thank you. He did very little to help them, and I don't even think Biden went to go see them. Okay, so you know, no, I don't want to Pete Buttigieg. Okay,
I got one more. I got one more before I move it on. Governor Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan.
Yeah, you know what? I'll take her. Yeah, I like her. Yeah, run her.
All right, we get somewhere.
Absolutely, no. Yeah, run her, because she even stopped a kidnapping again. These crazy ass maggots, right? They tried to like kidnap her or some shit, right? And she got out of it and all. So yeah, she's got some balls, man. Yeah, run her. Yes, do that.
Governor Gretchen Whitmer. So do you think Whitmer would be a bit more friendly to the progressive? You think the progressives will be a bit more favorable to her?
Yes, yes,
All right,
absolutely. Yeah, I do think so.
All right.
Yeah, I would in particular like to get a female president. I think a female would be more compassionate because I think we need, especially in support of women with this horrible Supreme Court that we have, right?
Well, we
So
got a female vice president. We got a female right now on deck.
So I don't trust Kamala Harris because she's been a lifelong prosecutor that's had a lot of issues while in her office.
I swear to God, I thought you were about to say prostitute, but go ahead.
No. I don't usually favor prosecutors so heavily. She also flip-flops a lot on Medicare for all, and she is in no way a progressive Democrat. She's also very awkward when she speaks, and she has a lower approval rating than Biden. Why would I want her?
Yeah, I can't argue with that. Whitmer's favorability ratings, even among Democrats, is horrendous. All right,
She would do so well. Yeah, very good.
Yeah, but Whitmer, maybe Whitmer it is then. Okay. What about Michelle Obama? If somebody could beg her, we know it's not likely to happen.
So MAGA, listen right here, man. Listen here. If Michelle Obama decides to run, y'all might as well just leave the country. Because you have you have so little chance at that point. You guys might as well just sit at home and not even bother to vote. Seriously, you will get decimated. She will get far more votes than any politician in the history of U.S. elections. Yeah. No.
I gotta say, I don't disagree with that. I do believe if Michelle Obama announced she was running, remember when bin Laden was assassinated and everybody ran out in the streets, USA? I really think the liberals would go apeshit if Michelle Obama announced she was running. But I appreciate.
Yeah, man. It would be as big as like space aliens landing and going to shake the president's hand, man. It would be a huge fucking deal, man. Like, no joke.
Yeah, I think it would be hers if she wanted. Appreciate you coming on, No Move.
You have a good one, man.
You too. Have a good Sunday. So, moving the program on, and I gotta say it. I see in the comments, Randy Miller says, me nearly laughing. I really, and listen, I'm willing to call a spade a spade. I'm not, even though I may lean left politically on some shit, if I think the other side has a point, such as Joe Biden needing to step down and looking horrible during the debate, I'm willing to concede it. But just trying to give it to you the way I believe it should be, I do believe that if Michelle Obama ran, she would be victorious. Because right now, Trump's not doing bad in terms of former or Republican politicians in the past. His numbers with African Americans and people of color is pretty good. It's not going to be anywhere near 50%. I'm not saying that, but compared to the likes of McCain, Romney, George Bush, Ronald Reagan, his numbers with people of color aren't that bad. That would go away if Michelle Obama became the candidate. I strongly believe that would go away. I don't think Trump would if Michelle Obama was the political candidate running and took Biden's place, in terms of the black women's vote, I doubt if Trump would get 2%. My opinion, I might be wrong, but I'm giving you my opinion. Anyway, looking in the comments, I'm looking for a black job. Help me, says Darren. I don't know what a black job is, so I'm going to go to you folks. Let me start out by asking you folks to tap the screen. Get the likes up to 20,000. You know how we do. Appreciate you folks tuning in this Sunday evening. You could be anywhere you want. I'm glad to have you here with me. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. So if you favor civilized dialogue from both sides of the aisle, without any concern of the host trying to block, ban, or censor you for your opinion, you are in the right place. Follow the program if you're on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. Donate to Trump to keep him out of jail, says James Ridley. I don't think there's any chance of Trump going to jail past July 11th. If he survives that, the other trials probably won't even come to a conclusion before the election. Moving the program on, though, we will continue on with Aaron. Good evening, Aaron. Welcome to the program. Should Biden step down for the good of this great nation? Aaron came in and dropped out. We will move it on as anyway. Mark, appreciate you tuning in. Appreciate you holding on. For what crimes, John? Are you talking to each other? Yeah, I don't think that Trump's cases will come to fruition. Thank you for the subscription there, 45. That didn't say code 45, did it? All right, Mark, good evening.
Hey, did you mean to pick me? You said Aaron and didn't mind.
Aaron came and went, so he went to you, Mark. So good evening.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I came on to rebut Moo for a second. I cannot, these progressive Democrats or progressive leftists almost get on my nerves worse than MAGA. I mean, because
really?
at least MAGA will concede, hey, our candidate's not perfect, but he pushes our agenda, so they're honest about it.
Whoa. You believe exactly that, hold on, I'll let you continue, but you believe that MAGA is openly saying that our candidate is not perfect, but as if he's somehow the best they can come. You really believe they're talking like that?
They know he. I've been in the MAGA lives. They know he's not a good person. He's not an honest person, but they don't care. And that's the difference. They're not looking for a perfect candidate.
Yeah, but you're talking about the man. You're talking about Trump, the man. But in terms of being a presidential candidate, MAGA believes he's one of the best presidents we've had in the entire history of the United States.
That's true, but they're not letting his personality flaws stand in their way of voting for them.
True, that is true.
Leftists will let any little thing prevent them from voting for somebody. Meanwhile, they're voting for someone like they want to vote for someone like Jill Stein, who took money from Russia, stole a whole GoFundMe campaign, and went to Moscow with it. And she didn't do the legwork. They all want the leftists all want a viable third-party candidate, but one that doesn't do the legwork, that isn't out there for a couple of years running for president. You can't just jump into the race a few months in and say, oh, here I am, I'm on this Palestine issue, here, vote for me, even though I've been in Moscow for the last 3 years. It's ridiculous.
Let me just say something, and this could apply to some degree to Moo, considering the fact that he's a progressive who you brought up. In my humble opinion, there is so much riding on this race to the average American voter, that what's going on in Palestine, in my opinion, should take a back seat. Because you could be fighting for what is best for the Palestinians and ultimately lose what's best for yourself.
Yeah, exactly. There's more than just that on the ballot. There's LGBTQ rights, there's women's rights on the line on this election. And if you care about either of those, the bifocal choice we have right now is Joe Biden or Donald Trump. And we know how Donald Trump he caters to the people, the Moms for Liberty, all these religious extremist groups. And your rights would be even more so on the line. So, and he said he told Israel they should finish the job. That's a direct quote. He said Israel should finish the job and turn the place into a parking lot. So don't tell me he'd be any better on the Palestine issue. And if you really care about that, there's other avenues to go besides having a protest vote at the presidency. But I just wanted to point out real quickly, I don't want to monologue, I don't want to take all your time, that not a lot of people give Joe Biden the credit. Yeah, and I even said to myself, that was a poor debate performance, and I still plan to vote for him if he doesn't choose to step aside. But he came into a literal dumpster fire. Our Capitol had just been attacked. We were still losing thousands of people to COVID, and unemployment was at 14%. He literally turned things around. We didn't even have a recession, and people don't even realize that because their grocery prices are a little bit higher, and the gasoline prices.
So, what letter grade? I asked my last caller Moo about letter grade. What letter grade would you give Biden's presidency?
Well, I mean, just for his performance post-pandemic, I'd say a solid B+. I wish he could be better, and I'd only mark him down from an A- because he's not great at being an orator, and we all know this. He's not great at delivering the message, but if he could deliver the message, the things he's done with the infrastructure bill, and the guy said something he doesn't like Pete Buttigieg either. Do you even know what the Department of Transportation did for consumers? That now you can get a cash refund from airlines who delay or cancel your flight, and they're building a high-speed rail from Las Vegas to LA that they're hoping will be.
But that's the problem, Mark. Just like
Yeah.
I believe you're correct that Biden might not be the best to get out his messaging. But there's nothing stopping him from having henchmen. Trump has the likes of Flynn, Steve Bannon, everybody from Alex Jones. Trump has people, even though Trump is great at getting out his own message, he's fantastic at doing that too, but he has a lot of surrogates. Why doesn't Biden have people like that that get on the air and preach nothing but good stuff about him day in and day out?
I think he does. They're just not.
Give me some names. Give me some names.
Jasmine Crockett. She was just on MSNBC, and she definitely gave Biden a that's not. When I'm naming people that folks on the left who don't want a damn thing to do with Fox News or the War Room from Steve. Everybody knows these people anyway. Everybody knows who Steve Bannon is. Most people know who Alex Jones is. The people you're mentioning, folks on the right has never even heard of them. I will. Well, to your point, I mean, Pete Buttigieg actually went on a Fox News town hall and got a standing ovation. They were shocked, about how he was able to, eloquate his point, and show what he would do for the country. So I mean, somebody like that, even if people don't know, if they don't know their policies, they can actually do real good things once it gets in the national forum.
Right.
So, and to write off Joe Biden's entire U.S. presidency, well, then you should write off Congress's entire two-term, because they were the ones that passed the most of the funding for Israel, right? You can't really blame just Joe Biden.
I agree with that. So at the end of the day, final question, do you believe Biden should step down or should he ride it out?
Oh, gosh. Such a hard question because, I plan to vote blue either way. But yeah, if it was me, I would take the risk. I would not want another bad debate performance like this and just have Joe Biden, step aside and have the DNC at their convention pick a different candidate.
Who do you favor? Who do you favor?
Yeah, I do like Kamala Harris. I do like Pete Buttigieg. I think those would be my top two choices. Yeah.
Pete Buttigieg and Kamala Harris. Wow. All right, Mark. I appreciate you coming on. This is our first time talking.
No, we've talked before.
Okay.
We would talk a few times before. Thanks for having me up. I appreciate it.
Anytime. Appreciate it. Enjoy your Sunday. Moving the program on. By the way, folks, tap the screen. Get the likes up to about 30,000. 500 plus of you in here. We certainly can do that if you let your thumbs not be lazy. Same on YouTube. Feel free to smash that like button. Get the likes up to about 40. Thank you on YouTube. Trump's to blame directly for January 6th, says John. A lot of folks suggested what happened on January 6th. Trump told the people to go and protest peacefully, and they decided to act a fool on their own or at the behest of the FBI, up to and including Ray Epps, Antifa, and perhaps Black Lives Matter. My take on it is simple. It would not have happened without Trump. Trump said the election was stolen from him, invited them to D.C. to help stop the steal, and things got out of hand. Now, we can talk about Nancy Pelosi not providing National Guard or whatever the case may be, people would argue with, but at the end of the day, they came there because Trump told them the election was being stolen from them. In my humble opinion, Trump owes them an explanation for why they came there. And I'm not talking about the ones that acted a fool and got arrested. I'm talking about even the ones who protested peacefully and went home from D.C. A lot of them folks spent a lot of money, hotels, plane tickets, drove out there, gas money. I do believe Trump should do a better job in showing them the steal that he was stopping, because no member that served on his administration actually believes that the election was stolen. I mean, out of everybody that served in Trump's cabinet, from Barr to Scaramucci to Omarosa to Ambassador Bolton to Mike Pence, is any of them saying? Because they all would have got, a lot of those folks would have got a second term if Trump won. They would have remained in power. A lot of them had a lot to gain. None of them are saying that Trump had the election stolen from him. So I do believe Trump should, he owes those folks I don't want to say apology, but he owes them an explanation as to why they came out there. It's been 3 years. And folks flew out there, drove out there to stop the steal, showed them the steal that was going to happen. And also he said he won by a landslide. Where's the evidence of that? I think if I had drove out there to defend Trump, I'd want to know that. Otherwise, I wasted all my time and effort, maybe took days off work. Some people actually lost their freedom. Others lost their life. Show what they stood up for was not a fabricated cause. It's been 3 years. Looking in the comments, Conquictor, you're 100% right. I don't, are you speaking to someone else? Everyone has turned on Biden. He's done, says Ryan. I want to agree with you in terms of the statement. What I mean by that, and I'll go back to the box shortly. Appreciate you folks that are tapping the screen. Real quick, I'll respond to this. In regards to the idea that Biden's done, Biden's image of being confident and within his faculties, that is done. I do believe that. I think that most people believe there is something about Biden's age that has basically degraded the man. That part is done. Arguing that Biden is completely within his faculties and the right is just making it up. No, I think we're past that. So his image is done. But in terms of Biden having a chance to be reelected president and win in November, that is not done. Simply put, as every caller I've had on the program so far today and all of last week that Lings Left has said, they would vote for Biden even if he was a corpse. So it doesn't really matter what Biden's mental capacity is. It doesn't appear as if anyone on the left is going to look at Biden after that debate and say, okay, now I'm voting for Trump. I haven't talked to one person yet that has said they're going to do that. Looking in the comments, and I see in the comments, Sherry Watson said that's sad. No, it's not. Because I asked my beloved MAGA, I talk to MAGA every damn day. I've asked MAGA for months when we thought that Biden was going to come out there and look like he did at the State of the Union address and sound dignified. I asked MAGA for months. If Trump were to come out there and trip over a few words and look like he had degraded, yet Biden sounded dignified, would you switch and vote to Biden? They all said no too. So you say it's sad they won't switch from Biden. MAGA's made it clear they would take the same stance if it was their guy on the downside. So I don't know if it's necessarily sad. I think this is where we are now. Going to the box, and I see in the comments somebody said, hell no, I'm staying with Trump. I can't pronounce the last word, but good evening, Van. Appreciate you holding. And we learned, what does it say? And we learned that Trump doesn't tell the truth on anything. Yikes, Dwight Handsome. I think Biden's performance at the debate was so horrendous that Trump did get a pass for saying a lot of things that people believe weren't true. Certainly with the late-term abortions, I believe we went from 10 million illegals coming in this country under Biden to 18 million in less than a month, which is completely ridiculous. But Trump was saying at rallies it was 10 million illegals that came in this country and are a threat to the people here under Biden. At the debate, he suddenly said it was 18 million. That doesn't make sense. So I do agree that some of the things Trump says is obviously not true, but Biden looked so bad that I believe Trump won the debate just on Biden's cognitive abilities alone. Can't be illegal on stolen land, says John. Yeah, you can. Once the land is conquered, it's conquered. I get your point, though. Shout out to the Native Americans, but yeah, I mean, it is what it is. He said 18, bro. Come on, man. That's what I said. He said 18 million illegals are in this country now. Just a few weeks ago, he was saying 10. He went up 8 million in the span of a few weeks. That's just not even logically possible. Let's try it again with S. Friday. Having a little bit of trouble with the box today. Let me make sure I'm not on something weird. And we also learned that, let's see if S. Friday comes up. Appreciate you folks that are holding on, even though the box is problematic. He also never answered a question. He had 50 seconds left, 80 seconds left, and he would not answer. Well, when Biden's out there stumbling over every damn thing, you can kind of take a few liberties. I mean, yeah, even though Trump didn't answer some questions, Biden is sitting up there talking about Medicare when that wasn't even a question asked to him. It was pretty easy for Trump, pretty easy night for Trump. 8 million were already in the country. 10 million came across the border. 8 million was already in the country, but under Trump, because he was the previous president. Fact is, if Trump is saying there's 10 million illegals in this country, and then all of a sudden he's deciding, well, I'm going to count the other. You can make up what you want to make up for the guy. But he's been going from rally to rally to rally using 10 million. Suddenly at the debate is 18 million. Listen, I understand you got a way to word it to make it sound right, but people caught that. Miss Bribeonomics ain't working, says Troy Young. Bribeonomics, all right. Eric Biden, what does it says? Biden has a 6 handicap at hole 1. I don't know why they were up there talking about their golf capabilities. Listen, too much money is being invested in this election. Too much folks are really nervous and scared of the direction of this country. People on the right believe the liberals are trying to destroy America, and people on the left believe the right is trying. So we don't give a damn about the golf game. Tell us what you're going to do about the country. I mean, the fact is, we're not trying to elect you to play golf, so we don't give a. I mean, just because you can play golf good don't mean shit in terms of what you're going to do for the country. Going back to the box, I'm having a significant amount of trouble bringing up guests, so I'm not trying to bloviate the whole night and talk you guys' ear off. I'm actually trying to bring up guests. Let's try it again with Ted Allen. Good afternoon. Where are you from, Africa? This is not your continent. So who is the illegal, says Acosta. Once a country is conquered, it's conquered. I don't portray any of America's past deeds as anything less than immoral. I get it, what they did to the Native Americans, hell, what they did to people like me. But fact is, once the country is conquered, it's conquered. I mean, so I'm going to leave it at that. MAGA Nation has come WWG1WGA. Jesus leads the way, 777. What you know, God bless you. Well, basically, MAGA Nation has come by way of where we go one, we go all, which is what those acronyms mean. Another, all for one, one for all, 3 Musketeers, sayings of that nature. Where we go one, we go on. He's saying Jesus leads the way, 777. I don't know. Folks are talking about civil war and all. Is that really what Jesus wants? This is why I've lost my way in terms of being, in terms of Christianity. A lot of stuff I'm seeing from some of the most deep folks who allege that they are the most deeply devoted Christians goes against everything I was taught when I used to go to Bible school and things like that as a kid. It's made me really rethink my desire to remain Christian, because some of the stuff I'm seeing is like just capitalism in general does not fit the standard of being Christian. I mean, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Is that really Christian if you're really down and out? I'm not going to do a damn thing for you. Find a way on your own. Is that really something that, Jesus would do? So I'm real hesitant on it. I grew up that way too. And the church, the people who would turn on a dime if you did not follow them. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, like I said, the stuff I'm seeing, everything from we believe anything you do for another American is giving them free shit. Socialism, and we're against it. Was the Last Supper, when Jesus allegedly split a loaf of bread, was that socialism? I mean, should he have not told all of them folks to go out and hunt and find their own way to eat? I mean, was that free shit? So what am I supposed to do with that? Because what I see in the Bible and what I see in America, they coincide, they don't resonate. One of them don't look like the other is what I'm saying. In Jesus' commandment, after saying, follow his love others as he loved us, he died to take our sins and forgave those. Yeah, we don't really practice forgiveness in this country. Isn't that one of the arguments now against Trump saying, how can a felon run when a felon can't vote? Fact is, we don't forgive felons in this country. I don't see the forgiveness. I don't see the Christianity. I just don't see it. I'm having a incredibly difficult time with the box. American Me, good movie, by the way. Good afternoon. Let me see if we can bring up American Me. I'm not able to bring up a guest at all right now. Trump will sell his youngest son, Eric, if he has to. Damn. You really think he's that bad? Holy shit. Trump needs to be confirmed. Confirmed how? The prison system is messed up. No, the prison system is not messed up. The prison system the prison system is performing as it was designed. They're calling themselves correctional facilities, but in reality, America does not want you to be corrected. They want you to be punished. They want, when you're in prison, when you are incarcerated, the average American wants your stay to be harsh as possible. No luxuries. Many are suggesting you shouldn't even get an education. I didn't get one for free. You shouldn't get one either. The worst of edibles, I mean, literally bread and water. Treat them like an animal. Have them busting rocks. I mean, so it's not, the system isn't broken. That's what we want the system to be like that. I mean, I do believe if we tried to make the system better, people would protest it. Gen X, happy Sunday. Jesus wants me to have rum and Coke. All right, Gen X, thank you for the super chat. Jesus wants you to have rum and Coke. All right. If you're in prison, you should be punished. Laugh my ass off. What else would it be? A free fun stay. TWB, well, I don't quite get that, to get free education. No. First of all, ain't nobody gonna go to jail for a free education. Fact is, even if prison was fairly docile, most Americans enjoy freedom. The punishment is taking away your freedom. You shouldn't want the person to be beat up and treated like shit when they're in there. I mean, fact is, we all enjoy our freedom. I don't care how nice, I'm not gonna go give up 5 or 6 years or longer of my life because, okay, it's like being in a Super 8 in here. All your freedom's gone. I don't buy that. And I'll tell you this, once again, I'll try to box afterwards, but most of the countries around the world that do not have a high recidivism rate, meaning that when people get incarcerated, they get out and they get their lives together, their prisons don't treat the people like shit. The countries that do are the ones that have the high recidivism rates. Because you're treating a person like an animal and expecting a model citizen to come out. It doesn't work like that. If you're going to do it to somebody on death row that'll never get out, okay, fine. But if you know, 86% of the average incarcerated will one day be free, I don't want to give them any education. I want to give them just a bare minimum in terms of food. I don't want to watch any television or put the Disney Channel on like Sheriff Joe Arpaio. What do you think you're releasing? This person is not prepared to be a model citizen to get it. I mean, you treat them, you're pretty much freezing them in time, and you're also making it so when they come back, they're no longer afraid of prison. I mean, you're going to put them through literally the worst of the worst, okay? You're releasing hardened people. Anyhow, going back to the box, I'm having just mega trouble bringing people up. Big Rex, let's try this one. I may have to reset the live. Prison should be real rehabilitation. I believe that. Big Rex, good evening.
Hey, brother, good evening.
Good. Finally somebody worked. So should Biden step down?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, literally. And it ain't because of that debate, because, I mean, everybody has a bad debate. They went in there, they're not allowed to have notes. They're not allowed to have nothing. No prompter, no nothing. And he's too old to remember all that shit. Yeah. Just that simple. But I want to get on that recidivism.
Sure.
How in the world does our society expect people who have been incarcerated, they do all their time, they get out, how can they be a productive citizen when nobody will hire them because they have that on their record? I would think that after you've done your time, that would be off your record. That way it gives you some type of chance to have a job. But nobody Nobody does that.
Well,
they just go with that shit and bring them right back in prison because they can't get no job.
But that is the desire, though. You got to really think of it this way, Big Rex. Every member of our society, from the police to the judge to the Congress or Senate to the politicians, everybody receives their reward for keeping people in prison. Nobody is rewarded for recidivism or making people better. The police, more arrests, shows you're doing your job. Politicians passing more laws to make more things felonies, expand sentences, shows you care about crime, you're tough on crime, you're doing your job. Everybody is running to receive rewards to keep the prisons going. Nobody gets rewarded for a felon that gets out and gets his life back together. We reward the people who find something wrong with that felon and lock them back up.
20 years ago here in South Carolina, the state was paid $25,000 per inmate.
Yep. Yeah.
And that's a lot of damn money. So I can see why they would keep that going. But
yeah.
My thing is, they should just take that off their record once they've done their time. Because they have no choice to go back to what they were doing.
Here's what would happen. Because America wants felons to literally be punished for life. If somebody actually served their time, got their life in order, and they took the felony off their record, the first time you have one of them people who then slips up and creates another felony, commits another felony, they plaster them all over the news to show this is a bad program. You need to keep track of these people.
Right. It gives them the opportunity. Man, it's just crazy.
Yeah.
And another thing, they harping on these undocumented citizens. I understand that. They throw it in the news. This guy did that. They can only come up with 3 or 4 people that committed crimes that are undocumented. But they allow all these other ones that we have 1,000 people die every day from criminal acts.
Yeah.
And it don't make no sense. They don't broadcast every one of them. But one of those people, that's just they're trying to keep it in the public eye so that everybody thinks bad about those people.
Yeah.
And I don't like that either.
Yeah, I'll tell you for a fact, if Trump wins in November, he's not going to seal the border off 100%. I think he'll do a lot better with the border than Biden, because I believe Trump would secure the border up to and including breaking the law and taking lives. If you come across illegally under Trump's watch, you could lose your life. However, people will still get in illegally under Trump, just a far smaller number. And if anybody under Trump gets in this country illegally and takes an American life, you're not going to see that on right-wing media at all. They're not going to show you that.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. It's just a win-lose situation, man. Either way. I mean, Biden, I just, I really feel sorry for that dude, man. He's too old. He's got the right intention. He just don't know how to come about doing things. He's got all people in place to handle everything while he's doing whatever makes the major decisions when it's brought to him. But people don't realize that.
Who would you swap him with? If Biden was to step down, who do you think is a good candidate to take his place? Dina, thank you.
They're all the same. There are none.
Really?
I haven't seen one that I would even think about listening to, because they're playing on that coattails. Well, Trump, same with them. They have no good candidates either. That Kennedy dude, what the fuck is that? This guy, I don't understand nothing about him. I really don't. He's just playing to that Trump card. He just wants those voters.
Now, do you lean right or left?
I'm a Democrat.
But you don't see any Democrat that would be good to replace Biden? You can't think of one?
Well, none of them are running.
If you had the choice where you could snap your fingers and the one you think would be the best candidate would run, who would it be?
It wouldn't be damn Tim Scott. Oh, yeah, he's a Republican anyway.
Yeah. Give me somebody it would be.
Well, I can't remember that man's name. He was a Chinese dude.
Andrew Yang.
Yang. That motherfucker is smart. And I know he's a businessman. But everything he was talking about was good for everybody. But they just brushed him off. I guess because his ethnicity. I don't know.
Well, his ethnicity definitely, but when you're talking about giving everybody a universal basic income, that's going to certainly run off the right, because that is socialism. They're not going to entertain that at all.
We've got socialism. We got socialism already. A lot of these programs are based on that.
That's even further, though. You start talking about giving people universal basic income. I mean, the right is pretty much against welfare. That actually takes it to a whole new level.
Well, well, what are they gonna do with people then? I mean, you got to have public assistance.
No, you don't. No, you don't. The right tends to believe if you don't work, you don't eat. Hey, if you need help and you can't figure it out, it thins the herd. That you don't have to have public assistance.
Well, public assistance was made for white people to start with. The only time it got to be a problem when black people started taking advantage of it. The Black Panther movement, they took care of their people because the government wouldn't help them, period. But now everybody turned it around to where these are terrorist organizations and all that shit. They had to stop them, but they were helping their people. You remember back then, them boys were walking around with goddamn weapons.
Yeah.
Daring the cops to fuck with them. But now those days are over. Now we got paramilitary police.
Yeah.
I mean, they come gang strong.
So at the end of the day, with you admitting that Biden is a weak candidate, what do you think is going to happen in November?
He'll probably win.
Biden?
Yeah, but I don't think he's gonna last a term, man. He's not in good health. I know that.
Right.
I see it every time I see him. Every time I see him, I can tell, damn, he's struggling. You know? Yeah, he gets these little spurts of energy, but that ain't gonna do it.
How would you feel about Kamala taking over? You think she's capable?
Kamala Harris?
Yeah.
Yeah. But ain't nobody gonna want to do that. Hell, I would vote for Michelle Obama in a heartbeat.
Yeah. I think Michelle Obama would be like an atomic weapon if she ran for the.
Right.
Yeah. I don't think there's anybody out there with a D after their name that would be as effective in November as Michelle Obama.
The lady has 8 years experience. She wasn't up in there being a dumbass. She knows exactly what's going on.
You think so? I don't give her that high of an accolade. I just think people really like her. I think that in terms of the Democratic Party, she's a woman, she's a person of color, she's tied to Obama. I don't want to say she's heavily experienced, but I do believe she checks off enough boxes that she would win fairly easy.
This guy says, do let me get your black job. What the fuck is a black job?
I don't know.
Ain't nobody ever explained that yet. They like to say that, though.
No, I ain't never heard of that until Trump said it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Ever since he said that shit, that's all I'm reading about.
Yeah. Well,
I want a black job.
That's right up there. That's right up there with vote for me and you ain't black. But I gotta move it on, Big Rex. I don't know what a black job is either. I have no clue, and I don't think Trump's going to explain it anytime soon. Big Rex, appreciate you coming through.
Damn, I appreciate you, brother. Have a good one.
You too. Enjoy your Sunday. Moving the program on, the opposite of DEI, that's diversion, equity, and inclusion, is unfortunately inequity and exclusion. Damn. White ringers, not right wingers, but white wingers playbook. That came from Honest Mechanic. Honest, is he being honest when he says the opposite of DEI is uninformity? Oh, better yet, uninformity, uniformity, inequity, and exclusion. That's a white winger's playbook. Wow. He's saying American jobs pandering to the black community. Mikey L. I don't know what he's saying. I've never, my 52 years, by the way, birthday is today, by the way, but in my 52 years, which I am now, due to my birthday, I've never heard anybody say black jobs my whole life. I've never heard what that means. So I don't know what a black job is. I'm learning. Yes, I am a Cancer. Thank you, folks, for the happy birthday wishes coming in. Going back to the box, I do appreciate that. We will continue on. Gen Xer, certainly a friend of the show. Thank you for those. Wow, you guys are really... Thank you. All these birthday wishes coming in. Good shit. Thank you. Gen X, what the hell is a black job?
Happy birthday, my brother from another mother.
Thank you. Thank you very much, man. Thank you. And appreciate that crane, whoever's sending me that crane. Thank you.
Question, what is a black job?
Yes.
Well, look, I hear a lot of people making a lot. Man, they're talking about that. That is the most ignorant thing to sit here and say a black job. You have to look at the context of the question that Biden was initially asked, that they asked Trump about too. And they specifically asked about the black community. Specifically in the question, all he did was address it towards the black community. I don't see if he'd have said, if they'd have asked the same question and replaced the word black with Italian, what am I going to be? You ask me, what's an Italian job? Sticking you in a trunk. That's an Italian job.
I get your point, but you already know Gen X. And by the way, thank you for that graphic there, JJ. Do appreciate that. Thank you. Well, I do have to ask though, why is everything Trump says so easily taken out of context? Why do he make these wild statements? Like talking about, you told me before when he mentioned giving the police immunity, that was taken out of context. Why does he say this stuff?
It's because so many people, so many critics, Trump makes it really easy for his critics to walk through that door, man. You know it, I know it, I'll admit it, as a conservative, as a MAGA supporter, as a right-winger, he just makes shit too easy, man.
Yeah. Well, I don't, but I will. Here's what I fear. By the way, a little to the left. Thank you for that underwater, man. These folks are being really nice to me today. Wow. Thank you for that graphic. The issue I have is this. Is it possible that as opposed to being taken out of context, that he actually means some of this stuff?
Well, of course it is. I mean, anything's possible. I can't get inside his head and say, what he's actually literally meaning and what he's just kind of, dude, Trump, and I'm a lot like Trump in this aspect. I was born and raised in New York City. We don't have that filter that says, don't say that, reword it. I have it now after not living in New York for so long. Mm-hmm. But when I first moved at 19 years old, 18 years old, from New York City, from Brooklyn to Denver, Colorado, man, they hated everything I said because I didn't have that filter. It's just, you're from Chicago. You guys are pretty much, very street smart and speak it like you think it, for the most part. But New Yorkers are just, and I hate to keep falling back on that, but if you're from New York, you understand that's just the reality.
Yeah, but I never had any. I mean, we talked about Rudolph Giuliani was in the spotlight, certainly at the September 11th for quite a while before he teamed up with Trump. And I don't recall people ever saying that he's taken out of context. And he's obviously from New York. Nobody was ever saying that about him. Trump comes on the scene and suddenly everything that people are hearing from his mouth is taken out of context. I've never seen this so much.
Well, I don't know a lot about Giuliani's past. I do believe that he was out of New York when he was a late teenager and went into college. So, I mean, that could explain why, his tone down and stuff of that nature.
He's a politician. Probably because Giuliani has a law history. I mean, he was a lawyer for years. I mean, in fact, he didn't lose his law license until teaming up with Trump. But he's a lawyer. So he knows the downfall of making wild. Well, he should have known. I don't know what made him all of a sudden change when he got with Trump. Maybe Trump rubbed off on him. But there is a consequence for just blabbing at the mouth and saying wild stuff. And that's why Trump keeps saying, well, nobody gives me a chance. Well, you're kind of saying a lot of wild stuff.
And that's an interesting point you bring up, that when he got around Trump. Because, look, anybody who's from New York City knows this. If you get one of us in a room of normal people, we'll act and behave eventually normally. But then when you take us out of that element, you put us in a room of New Yorkers, we're just a bunch of mumbling idiots.
I don't know. He sure doesn't make New York look good acting like that.
I wanted to touch on something that you mentioned earlier.
Before you do, I want you to address this super chat that came in from YouTube. Tanaj says Governor Wes Moore and Gretchen Whitmer running a team together would be an easy win. What say you? Governor Whitmer of Michigan. Remember over the COVID mandates, the vaccine mandates, the right had took over the Michigan State building long before the Capitol building on January 6th. You had the governor's mansion in Michigan. They had surrounded it and they were armed.
Well, I want to just spit something out there, but it'd be ignorant of me to do so because I don't know hardly anything about either of those individuals. So speaking on them wouldn't be wise, especially to you, because you know your facts, and I don't want you roasting my ass on your birthday. No extra birthday gifts for you.
Okay. All right. What were you about to say, though?
You mentioned earlier that, all conservatives would be totally against Andrew Yang's UBI program.
Yes.
Initially, I was 100% against it. I saw it as welfare. I saw it as socialism. But I'm the type of person that likes to know what I'm hating because I hate it. So what I did was I pulled up the policy and I read it. And because Andrew Yang showed in detail exactly how to pay for such a program, I agree with it. I think that's wonderful because you're giving American citizens part of the American corporate entity. Amazon, eBay, all these huge businesses that make money off the backs of Americans. Why not? Why shouldn't we have a piece of the pie? I agree with him on that because, again, he showed in detail how to pay for it.
Yeah,
and I think that is a big part of why so many of my constituents on the right say, no, it's welfare, socialism, screw that. If you read between the lines, it actually makes sense.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't
agree with. I think that's wise.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you at all. As Andrew Yang said when he was on the debate stage, an Asian that knows math, and that's what I am. But your side of the aisle is really against giving anybody anything that they did not earn, up to and including tuition assistance or even health care. So even though you did your research and you came to a conclusion that makes sense, I don't think most folks on your side of the aisle would agree with you.
Well, there's a big difference between the two. I didn't earn a right to go to college. I didn't earn a right to free health care. I did earn the right to a little bit of kickback from an American corporation that I have put a lot of money into over, the last 20 years? Yeah, we should be giving something back. We earn that individually as people, because I don't know many people that I know personally that haven't spent money. Everybody spent money in corporate America.
You sound like a progressive right now, Jen. I mean, you might as well yell out tax the rich while you at it.
No, and I don't believe in tax the rich either, and here's why. The liberals like to harp on all the tax cuts on the big businesses and the industry. But look what happened when Donald Trump lowered the taxes for the industries. This gave them more money in the kitty to create jobs. My wife worked for AT&T at the time, and she was lower level. Man, we got like a $3,500 Christmas bonus that year because of all the money that AT&T was saving on taxes. I believe it was 20, I want to say it was 17 or 18. But it did give back to middle class America.
I will say this. The reason why a lot of folks on the left are no fan of trickle-down economics, which is what that is because you're talking about what happened with your wife at AT&T. Fact is, a lot of companies are not going to do that. If every company did what you're saying happened with your wife at AT&T, trickle-down economics would be a huge success. Everybody would like it. But most companies, especially some of these small businesses, you give me some extra money, I'm just going to go out and remodel my kitchen or buy another summer home or purchase a yacht. Everybody is not going to use that money to benefit folks at the bottom. So that's why people don't like trickle-down economics.
And I'll agree with you that most did not. But in my opinion, from what I observed and what I witnessed and what I lived through, enough companies, it wasn't just AT&T, it was AT&T, JCPenney, I think even Amazon and some of the other really big ones did similar programs to that. And I think that was a good thing. You didn't get it across the board. It would have been nice to go across the board. That would have really made a difference. But hey, better luck next time.
I think I think the fact that we have kept, particularly in the southern states that are have more of the mindset of let the free market decide. We don't like big government intervention. That's kind of the right-wing side. The fact that we've kept minimum wage the same in those states for like 20 plus years, to me, that's all I need to see to show that trickle-down economics does not work. If you depend on the corporations to do what's best, they're going to do what's best for them. 20 years, Gen X. Minimum wage the same for 20 years. Why?
I think that is, I actually agree with you there. I think a minimum wage, if the cost of living is just naturally going to go up. Right. As the cost of living goes up and the price of goods goes up and fuel, I think that the minimum wage should reflect exactly that. Because how do people live? You know, I'm in a unique position where when I was young, I was smart enough to put a lot of money away. So I don't really worry about that now. But man, my heart goes out to these kids that are just starting their lives, 25, 35 years old. They got started a family during the Trump era, made everything perfect, and now, you know, almost all the way through Biden's, and I'm not putting this all on Joe Biden. COVID had a lot to do with the economy. I mean, you literally shut down the planet. So, you know, these young people, man, they've got their work cut out for them. They really do.
Yeah. And that's all I'm saying is that when I see that, to me, that shows you trickle-down economics doesn't work. All of these colleges, for instance, that are ripping out folks, I don't see where giving tax cuts to the wealthy led some of these for-profit colleges to say, well, we'll drop down the cost of education. I don't see where any of that happened. They're not always passing this stuff on. A lot of them will pocket the money. So I'm not a fan of trickle-down economics for that reason, is that I think the powers that be, or better yet, the haves in this country, have shown time in and time again that you can't just simply depend on them to do what's morally right. But Gen X, you know I got to move it on. Appreciate you coming through. Thank you.
Hey, man, happy birthday, brother, and you have a great Sunday.
Appreciate that. Thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, it is my birthday. I'm another year older. Looking in the comments, the handling, could you please ask if they have a problem with him lying so much, says Grant Harvard. I can answer that question. Because some were saying, I think some of the estimates were that Trump told like 30 some odd lies at the presidential debate. Biden, to me, lost that debate hands down. But yeah, Trump is not honest. My opinion is this: as long as Trump can defend the border, protect the border, you know, prevent this country from going too far to the kooky left, talking about LGBT issues and things like that with the blue hair people that they don't favor, project strength on the stage worldwide where they believe Biden is coming across as a weak leader, and get the economy straight. As long as Trump can do those things, in my humble opinion, I don't think MAGA gives a damn what he says. Whether it is factual, whether it is insulting, I don't think they care. As long as he is doing what's best for the country, they don't really care about any of that stuff. So, yeah, when you ask, well, do they care about him lying? No, I don't. And I think that I get MAGA on the program all the time that will say, look, all politicians lie. When Trump first came on the scene, it was all about, he's not a typical politician. We need a businessman. We need somebody who is going to drain the swamp, a straight shooter, call it like it is. Now that he's been caught in lie after lie after lie, well, they all do it. They all do it. But he has the best vision for America, so I'm willing to forgive it. So the answer is no. I don't believe Trump telling lies makes a damn bit of a difference. In fact, most MAGA will tell you, I'm not voting for the man. I'm voting for his policies. So the man can say whatever the hell he wants. The man can lie all day long. I'm voting for the direction he is taking this country. And by the way, if you lean right, Trump is doing some exceptionally good things for America. If you lean right, I'm starting more and more to see President Trump as one of the most instrumental presidents for the Republican Party in America's history. And I can explain that why. We'll talk about it, but I'm starting to see that more and more. Now, in the comments, one of the questions Tony asks is, what is he doing? He's appointed 3 Supreme Court justices. Since Trump came on the scene in 2016, look how much of American life has went right. In some cases, far right. If Trump wins in November, I say this a lot, I'll say it one more time before I go back to the box. And by the way, tap the screen, get the likes up to about 65,000. Over 600 of you in here, we can certainly make that happen. Feel free to smash that like button on YouTube. Get the likes up to about 80. We can certainly make that happen to the top 3 dots at the top of your screen. This is uncensored dialogue here. I sounded like Joe Biden for a minute. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. So if you enjoy civilized dialogue without any censorship, follow the program on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. That Charles, yeah! Thank you for the birthday hat and mustache. Appreciate that. If President Trump is elected in November, we got Trump already has picked 3 Supreme Court justices, Amy Coney Barrett, Kavanaugh, and I can't think of the other person, but he's already made 3 picks. I can't think of, what is his name now? Fuck. I'm losing the names of these 2, not Kavanaugh, but the two oldest ones, Clarence Thomas and Alito. Damn, I really drew a blank there. Clarence Thomas is 75. Alito is 74. Both of these guys are really big fans of Trump. There's no secret. Both of their wives are huge MAGA. Alito and Clarence Thomas. 75 years old and 74. It would be no shock to anyone if Trump was able to convince both Alito and Clarence Thomas to step down and allow him to appoint justices that are probably 30, 40 years younger. I don't think anybody would be shocked by that. And we know Clarence Thomas likes gifts, so I'm pretty sure you could convince Clarence Thomas to easily step down. Why would you stay in and end up potentially passing away like Ruth Bader Ginsburg and hurt the party when you could step down, get great rewards from the right, and be viewed as a hero to the party? So I think that Trump would easily replace Alito and Clarence Thomas. So now he's up to 5 picks. Sotomayor, who leans left, and Roberts, who is center-right, are both 69 years old. They may survive the next presidential term. They may still be around in 4 years, but they are 69 years of age. Everybody doesn't live to be 80, folks. So I would say with confidence, Trump will, if he's reelected, he will get at least 5 Supreme Court picks. Just the 5 alone would have America with a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court for the rest of most of our lives. You're talking 40 years or more. So what the hell did Trump do? Tell me another Republican that's done some shit like that has protected his party for about 3 to 4 decades. When you want, well, what has Trump done that's so great? Can you imagine if Obama appointed 5 liberal Supreme Court justices, how historic that would be? Well, it applies to Trump. It applies to Trump as well. So if you don't believe Trump did a damn thing for America, it's probably because you lean left, because that is huge for the right. He's already rolled back Roe v. Wade damn near completely in all the Republican states. And I think you're an idiot if you don't believe that it's going to eventually happen on the federal level. Christianity is now being promoted slowly but surely in more and more places in America by force. By force. The evangelicals have got to be celebrating. Trump is having huge accomplishments. You just don't like him. No liberal can say they done this much shit. Gen X, wow. Real quick, Gen X, thank you for that happy birthday super chat. Wow, happy birthday, Tim. Dinner on me tonight. Enjoy your steak dinner and your special day, young man. Young man, I ain't heard been called that in a while. The world is a better place with you. Much love. Wow, Gen X. Thank you. Wow. Appreciate that. That was very kind of you. Thank you. Gen X is the big supporter of the program, but damn, that was really nice. But yeah, I don't think there's anyone that has done more during their term for their party right now than Trump. If he wins again, 5 Supreme Court picks. That's a lot. Will it divide the nation? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it will, but it will keep America center right for a very, very long time. Call it what you want. Going back to the box, continuing on, I don't know why I'm having so much trouble with the box. We'll try it one more time with one of my subscribers, Top Dog. Subscribers always get first digs. Top Dog, good afternoon.
What's going on, Tim? Happy birthday.
Thank
Happy
you.
day today, man. How you doing?
Appreciate that. So tell me, what am I getting wrong? Did Trump accomplish a lot, at least for folks on the right?
I mean, yeah, for the right, but you lean left like I do. I don't like it.
No,
He's-
of course.
I mean, with the Supreme Court, that is a big accomplishment. You know what I mean? But, I mean, life's still going to go on.
Yeah, but it's going to go on to the right now.
I mean, if that's what happens, that's what happens. I mean, there's nothing we can really do about it. If he get lucky and win in November, he'll point 2, that'll be 5. I mean, he got it. I mean, he got lucky.
Yeah. If he ends up replacing Sotomayor or Justice Roberts, it could be a 7-2 majority.
For sure. For
Yeah.
sure.
Let me ask you this. We're going to just speculate. Now, we could be wrong on this, but we're going to speculate. What do you think, if Trump wins in November, what do you think a far-right America would be like? What changes you think we might see?
I mean, everything, how he feel about everything, you know, it'd be a lot of, I feel for minorities, it'd be a little bit more harder. I feel racism will go up a little bit more.
Wow.
Christianity, they will be putting it more on people that might not want it on them, like they're doing in Louisiana with the 10 Commandments. I mean, like you said, if you go that way, you're gonna have your way.
Yeah, there's no denying. I think certainly when it comes to Christianity, you won't have a choice on that anymore. I mean, it will be a Christian nation. I think it may end up being harder for other religions to even open up, like mosques and centers. I mean, it would certainly become a very strong Christian-based country.
For sure,
Yeah.
Tim.
Well, we could. So, what do you think about Biden? You think Biden should step down?
Nah.
Really?
No, I feel like the game of 21 blackjack. I'm doubling down right now. You know.
Wow. Oh, you doubling down on that hand?
For sure. I'm not going nowhere. I mean, he messed up for 90 minutes, but I can't knock his whole career, what he's done for what he made up on the stage in the debate. Yeah, did he lose a debate? Yeah, he lost a debate. You know what I mean? He was not at his best, but I can't knock everything that he's been doing, that he has done, and what I think he will continue to do for the country. I believe he'll keep the country more center. He won't let it get it left, but he'll keep it at least down the center versus going far right.
But let me ask you, well, we know that, but let me ask you this question. Do you feel confident that Biden would be able to serve 4 more years?
Well, I think he'll probably do like maybe 2 years to step down. I believe his health will start taking over a little bit more, maybe in the mental and in the physical side. And I believe after 1 or 2 years, he'll step down, pass the baton to Kamala Harris.
So while you're saying you don't think Biden should voluntarily step down, you're basically saying within 2 years, Father Time's going to kick him out anyway.
Well, maybe so, but right now, he to me, I don't see no other candidate. I mean, of course, you say like Michelle, of course, but I don't see no other candidate that even has a chance of beating Trump right now. I can't see nobody like a Gavin Newsom. I just can't see him coming in and galvanizing the party and everybody going for him. I just don't see it. So
I gotta say this, Top Dog. I don't think Biden is galvanizing the party. I think Trump is doing that. Trump is galvanizing the folks that love him and galvanizing the people that hate him. Trump is running against Trump in November. I think that Biden could be replaced with a monkey and the poll numbers will still be the same. You got people who love Trump. I mean, most of the liberals are saying that it doesn't matter if Biden disintegrates right in front of them. They're still going to vote for him over Trump.
I mean, I agree with that 1,000%. I'm the same way. You know what I mean? So, Biden's not really unifying the party like Obama would do or something like that. But right now, he's our best candidate. He's been doing strong. I'm gonna stand with him. You know, I'm not one of those type of people that you do something bad, I gotta throw the towel in. No, he didn't do good at the debate. I acknowledge that, but I mean, it's not over. We still got 4 months to go, and let's double down and keep going.
But speaking of doubling down in blackjack, Gen X says my man is referring to you, says my man's pulling a card in blackjack while he's sitting on 20. That's unless his age you about to bust. He's up. In other words, he's saying that he's saying that Trump. He's saying that Biden ain't the guy to keep going with.
Well, that's. I mean, he's on the other side, so Gen X can worry about his party, and we're gonna worry about our party. You know what I mean? Same thing with Trump. They know Trump's not the right candidate. I don't care what they say, how they feel. They know behind closed doors, when they look at all this bull crap he done, they still gonna stand with that man. So I feel the same way with Biden. I'm gonna stand with my president.
Well, they don't think he's done that stuff though, Top Dog. They believe it's all created and fabricated by his opponent.
Right, that's what they say. But those people also, they're not dummies. They know this man is just not no angel. They might say that publicly, but no, they know behind closed door that man's not an angel. They know that. I don't care what nobody say. They not, all of them is not just fooled by the light. You know what I mean?
To me, and I get your point. No, I don't think anybody thinks Trump is an angel. Kind of reminds me, I grew up on the south side of Chicago. You'd have a drug dealer in the hood that, he was doing his dirt, but come Christmas time, he might throw something to the little kids or give your grandmother a turkey or whatever. And listen, he's a bad guy, but he's a guy that looks out for us. I mean, it could be something like that.
I mean, yeah, you can look at it that way, but I don't feel like Trump's looking out for America. He's looking out for himself and his party, but he's not looking out for the American people. Just like when he said something about the black jobs, everybody know what black jobs he's talking about. He's talking about the shitty jobs that don't pay anything, to have you working all day for little income, and you still feel like a slave. That's what he's talking about.
Wow. Well, Gen X suggested that the black job thing was just taken out of context. So you do hear clear meaning in that.
I mean, yeah, for sure. He's talking about the people that cleans his toilets. He's talking about people that takes out his trash. That's what he's talking about, the black jobs.
Yeah. I gotta say, my ears, that's the kind of the way I heard it too. I didn't hear black jobs and think of astronauts. I mean, I thought kind of the same thing you're talking about.
Shitty jobs that don't pay anything, to make you feel like a slave that you're doing this job. Yeah. That's what he's talking about.
Wow. Yeah, because if the notion is that immigrants are taking black jobs, we know immigrants are not coming here and taking jobs from physicians or politicians. They're taking very low-paying, menial, hard-working, back-breaking jobs. So if that's who the blacks we're competing with for jobs, then yes, kind of the jobs you just alluded to.
I mean, yeah, but like you said, we taking that, everything that Trump does is always taken out of context. No, that man says what he means and how he feels. That's what he's saying. He's never been a guy that backtracked. If he didn't mean it that way, he would come back and clean it up. He doesn't do that. So that's how he feels. That's how he really look at blacks. Like, they can work for me. I mean, look at his cabinet. He only had 3 to 4 people in his top cabinet, maybe one. Ben Carson and I don't even know anybody else.
He had Omarosa in there for a little bit, a very, very short period of time. But yeah, there's not a lot of diversity in Trump's cabinet.
Right, but Omarosa, she's just a personality from the TV show. Yeah. You know what I mean? I mean, you wouldn't. She's not like she was a politician, or she had like an esteemed job at a high level. True. She was a doctor came in to help, or a lawyer that came in to help. I just know Omarosa for being on TV shows and talk shows.
Yeah. Yeah, some of it was probably just, him giving a favor to somebody he thought was, because she was going around as an African-American woman promoting him at first. And one thing we know about Trump is he rewards loyalty. So if you promote Trump, when he gets in, like Tim Scott, if Trump wins, Tim Scott's going, he's going to be sitting pretty.
I mean, yeah, for sure. Tim Scott's going to be right there, holding his bags, grabbing his coat, grabbing his boots. You know what I mean?
Grabbing his boots? Oh my God.
Yeah, grabbing his boots, going to get lunch, getting the car warming his car up before he get out there. You know what I mean?
I gotta go, Top Dog. Oh my God. Appreciate you.
Happy birthday again, Tim.
Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for the birthday wish. Appreciate that. All right. Oh my God. Grabbing his coat, grabbing his boots. All right. Look at the comments. Now Tim Scott has a black job, says the White Hands. Oh my Lord. Trump contributed to Jesse Jackson's campaign more than any, says Chuck. I'm not going to say it's not true. I don't know the specifics on what Trump gave to Jesse Jackson's campaign, But I would say it's safe to assume when you say that Trump contributed more to Jesse Jackson's campaign than anybody else, you're actually quoting Trump on that. You're probably not quoting Jesse Jackson. And the reason I'm going to say I'm going to take that with a grain of salt is everything Trump does is better than anything that has ever happened. Trump could give you $1 and look you in the eye and say, that's more money than anybody ever gave you in your damn life, ain't it? So I don't know. Because Trump is always exaggerating what he has done. So the idea that Trump has done more for Jesse Jackson's campaign, he has done more for blacks than anybody else since Abraham Lincoln. He knows more about COVID than anybody else. He knows more about the war on the ground than the generals. I mean, these are actual quotes. So it's hard to really do more than take that with a grain of salt, because everything Trump says he's going to do is exaggerated to this astronomical level. So it wouldn't surprise me if he did say, I gave Jesse Jackson more money than anybody else, because that's kind of what he says. Looking in the comments, Grant Harvest said, bro, he's a liar. Okay, fair enough. Tim is causing division and can't see it, says Jay Rich. I would love for you to elaborate and tell me. You know, I don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. If you see where I am stoking or causing division, please state it in the comments. Listen, if you make a point, I'll concede it. I don't know every damn thing, and neither do any of you folks. That's the whole purpose of having civilized open dialogue without any censorship, is to exchange ideas. Maybe we can all learn a little bit from each other. How about it? Tap the screen, get the likes on up to about 70,000. For my TikTok viewers, feel free to smash that like button on YouTube. Take the program up to 100 likes. We can certainly do that. Top 3 dots on your screen. Looking in the comments, we all a little crazy. Yeah, to some degree we are. Let me try with JJ. Last time it didn't go through. Let's try JJ again here in the box. Good afternoon, or better yet, good evening, JJ.
Good afternoon. How are you? Happy birthday.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good to have you on. So do you think Biden should step down?
Absolutely. I mean, when you think about it, the Washington Post just put out an article calling for him to step down. Not to mention, when you have CNN calling for him to step down the moment the debate is over, you are
it looked
facing
bad.
a wall.
So how do you respond to folks who suggest, like my last caller or the caller before said, look, it was a bad 90 minutes, but this guy has had a successful presidency in his eyes. I'm not going to, disregard the guy over a 90-minute debate.
He has also been in politics for how long? Not to mention, he is the world leader. He should be able to debate at the drop of a dime.
Yeah, and I've heard news that other world leaders who saw that debate are also incredibly concerned.
That was embarrassing. It was atrocious. And unfortunately, I voted for Biden. I will never do it again. And as I speak, I left the Democratic Party because of Biden's policies when it comes to Israel, and as well as knowing that Biden has always been who he's been when it comes to Roe versus Wade. Biden moves with the wind. He doesn't actually mean what he is saying. It's no.
Do you feel? Because I'm going to question some of the things you said. Now you said Biden, will go with the wind, and he doesn't mean what he. Do you feel Trump is a little bit more confident in what he's saying? It can be, is more trustworthy on what he states.
No.
Okay, so both of them are flaky.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah,
who are you likely to vote for in November? Or are you going to sit it out?
I'm voting for third party.
Wow. Now you normally lean left?
I used to, yes. I actually campaigned for Pete Buttigieg.
I was about to say Putin at first. All right, so you keep going.
Yeah, I'm done with the Democratic Party. They turned me radical because they are Republican lights. And if we're going to be Republican lights in the Democratic Party, you might as well vote for Republican. And the way I see it is Biden is currently out here campaigning for Trump.
Wow.
He's not voting for himself. I mean, he's not out here for himself.
Now, what you saying that Biden should step down? Is there anybody out there that you would be okay with and believe it would be a good candidate to step in his place?
I don't think anybody in the Democratic Party is going to be efficient enough to replace him, and I don't believe that it will happen because the DNC is going to push the candidate that they want, no matter what.
Right.
We saw that in the 2016 and the election with Hillary, when Bernie Sanders had the support by the people, and the DNC was sued, and they said we can put anybody we want.
So now
they lost credibility within the Democratic Party by doing that, and they're still now doing it.
So, because you started out mentioning Biden on Israel and Roe v. Wade, how do you think Trump would do in regards to the Israeli conflict?
Well, what does Israel and Roe v. Wade have to do with each other?
No, I'm saying we're separating them and taking them apart. I'm saying on the Israeli, because I'm going to go to Roe v. Wade next, is why I brought it up. But Israel, just on the Israeli conflict itself.
As an Indigenous person, I honestly believe in my whole heart that neither one of them should be running for office.
Trump or Biden?
Or Biden. Like, Biden is constantly passing bills that are affecting the Indigenous community, that affects our lands, our people, our culture, and our way of life. Trump does the same thing. And with Israel and the Gaza situation, those are Indigenous people. So therefore, I am going to side with the oppressed, not the oppressor.
So how do you respond to somebody who might say what you're doing is essentially helping Trump? You sound like you politically lean left, even though you don't favor any of the current candidates, but your politics lean left. So by sitting this out and not voting for Biden, you really are helping Trump.
No, that is not true. That's called gaslighting, because if you look at any polls when the voting comes out, you will see whatever candidates get the amount of votes, and then you will see the other people and what they've got for percentages. So therefore, at the end of the day, if my vote takes away from the Biden administration and gives it to Trump, then he probably should have fucking earned it.
All right, and I see Moo in the comments favors what you're saying. How do you mention? Now, you did mention Roe v. Wade. You've seen Trump has made some huge strides in rolling back abortion rights, at least in certain states. What do you think?
I think that this is a long time coming. It's the way the system was built, and it's how it's working.
So you favor it. So you think this is a good thing?
I have studied both Biden and Trump. At the end of the day, Trump was a lobbyist, so therefore he's very inclined with the political field, so he knows what he's doing, right? Secondly, when it comes to Biden in the Roe versus Wade, he was elected in 1972, and his first position was to vote against codifying Roe versus Wade and/or.
Yeah, but you're holding Biden accountable for how he felt in Obama did not support.
Trump accountable for all of the things he did with Central Park 5 and/or.
Yeah, I get it. But Obama did not favor same-sex marriage. Obama didn't favor same-sex marriage when he back in the day. I mean, I don't know if you're going to bring up 1972 Biden. I don't get it.
Well, the problem is with when he was in favor of same-sex marriage. Like I said, that was when he was vice president. That wasn't something that happened while he. That was. How long was he in a senator before that he got that epiphany? He moves with the wind.
Yeah.
He doesn't go with his heart. He's speaking all the things that he said in the electorals of his arguments on the Congress floor, the bills that he voted for and argued for. That is Biden and who he is today and who he was back then. He is the pure representation of Trump, but a different goddamn coin side.
Okay. So you believe returning Roe v. Wade back to the states, which is what Trump did, is how the system was designed to work. So you think Trump did a good job there?
I don't think that Trump did a good job. Again, Trump did what Trump was told to do.
I'm asking you, Trump was able to roll back Roe v. Wade. I asked you, what do you think of that? And you said that's the way the system was designed to work. Did I hear you right?
Exactly, because when Roe versus Wade was put into law, it was not specified to protect women's rights. It was specified to protect physicians' rights. So therefore, it was meant to fail. Even Ruth Ginsburg gave a speech about this in 2013 in Harvard, saying the moment that Roe versus Wade was put into law, it lost momentum to be codified.
Okay. I'm just saying, if Trump made it so the system is working the way it should work, according to you, that's a good thing, right?
No, because the system is systematically set up against the working class and anyone who isn't of a cis white male.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused on this. I mean, you said it's the way the system's supposed to work. If I take a system that's not working the right way and make it work the way it's designed to work, that should be a good thing.
If the system is... No, it's not a good thing. As an Indigenous person, you have to understand my perspective. It's very intrusive to assume that either or are working for the people, because they're not. Like the school system isn't built for education, it's built for workers.
Okay.
With Roe versus Wade, it was built to protect the physician, not the woman. Things of that nature.
Let me ask you this. Out of your adult life, have we ever in America, in your opinion, had a good president?
I would say Obama.
Okay. What about Obama did you like that you clearly do not in Biden? What did Obama do to make you say he was a good president?
I would say that he had a lot of swagger. I was very young when I first voted for him. So that now as a matured voter and somebody who pays attention to politics and their policies, he wasn't that great for our people.
So I'm going to ask you the question again. Out of your adult life, have we ever had a good president?
That would honestly be the only person, considering the fact that I would have to say it's not documented that he didn't have any scandals, per se.
So the only thing good about Obama is he had swagger and no scandals.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I mean...
All right.
I mean, in all honesty, the Democratic and the Republican Party are of the same bird.
I disagree, but I've heard people say that. I vehemently, certainly in the case of Biden and Trump, they're taking America in two opposite, in totally different directions. I can't see them being, two creatures of the same bird like others are saying, but I have heard people saying what you're saying. JJ, I do have to move it on. You've certainly been a unique guest. You're always welcome back. We probably don't agree on much, but who gives a damn? Come on back anytime.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you, JJ. That was different. When we say we go left of Bernie Sanders to having dinner with QAnon, that is the intention. We cover the entire spectrum. Now, a lot of folks in the comment section have differing opinions of my last guest, but that's how free speech works. Looking in the comments. Oh, wow. Jess Charles, thank you for that birthday gift. Wow. Have a happy birthday and enjoy a nice dinner. You guys are going to make your boy real fat. Thank you for that super chat, Jess Charles. Thank you for that gift. Appreciate it. Each and all have good and bad. I can go loads. What are oh, now they skipped. I didn't get a chance to see that comment. I wanted to read that. Oh, shit. All right, moving on. Always for free speech. Yeah, that is where we are. We all have opinions. Yes, we do. And I don't believe in silencing folks simply because we have a difference of agreement. I mean, what is the First Amendment for if nobody can use it? And thank you folks that are following the program. Same on YouTube. Feel free to subscribe if you will. uncensored dialogue. We do this Monday through Friday, folks. By the way, any of the new viewers, Monday through Friday, weekdays is when you'll find us here. Generally, kind of like what it is now, maybe couple thousand people in attendance. Everyone gets to speak. Monday through Friday, 1300 hours, 1 p.m. Central is when you'll find us. Going back to the box, we will continue on with Don Rubio. Well, Don Draft will make it happen again with Outlaw. Good afternoon, Outlaw, and I do appreciate those subscriptions. Chris Blessed Dad and Alter Ego. Thank you. Appreciate that. Outlaw, good afternoon. Good evening, rather.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm doing good. We're talking about Biden. Should he drop out?
Well, I want to say something first. It's an honor to finally get on here.
Oh, shit.
And I think you have some great views.
Appreciate that, man. Thank you.
As far as, yeah, I really think he should. I think we need somebody a little bit younger, more energized.
Give me some names. Give me some names.
Let's see. I want to say...
That's bad.
Okay.
That's bad. There's a lot of air there, man. That's bad.
I know.
You making it sound like the Democratic Party ain't shit, but I'll give you time.
Okay. I think Gavin Newsom would be decent, but I feel like he's always hiding something. I don't know. He feels a little shady to me, but as far as traditional politician, I think he'll do a good job.
Wow, but you feel like you feel like he's shady before he's even on the scene. What about Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan?
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about her. Yeah, I think she'll be a good candidate.
Okay.
She seems pretty tough, even though she's a female. I know a lot of people don't feel that women are powerful figures, but I really think she'd be a good candidate for that.
Yeah, but that's not on the. Yeah, I'm gonna say in terms of people feeling like women are not capable of the office, I believe that is more of a right-wing issue. I mean, there's a lot of folks I talk to on the right. In fact, Gen X, a friend of the program, believe women shouldn't even have the right to vote. But on the left side of the aisle, I don't think the left has a problem with a female president.
I mean, I have talked to, some people, like, I lean more in the middle. I mean, lately I've been voting more liberal, but I like somebody with moral, ideas than, cheap gas or, the economy, it come and goes. I know some people wish that gas was back in $1, but life goes on. Things are not going to change.
Well, let me ask you this. If you compare the Trump presidency to the Biden presidency, which one do you believe America was doing better?
Honestly, I think Biden.
Really?
I think.
Why do you say that?
I think Biden.
Thank you, Ginger. Wow, got your boy eating watermelon, setting the black man back 50 years. But thank you. So, go ahead.
I think Biden pretty much, he's a president for all, not just, one particular group of people, you can be yourself with Biden, I believe. With Trump, I feel like he's a little biased, mainly against poor people.
But,
so
now you're African American, right?
Right.
Yeah. And by the way, Ginger, that was a joke, but thank you for that watermelon. What I want to ask you is this, then, as an African American, do you believe Trump is biased at all against African Americans? I get that on the program all the damn time.
Believe it or not, I do. But I think it's more towards poor African Americans than, like I feel like he likes to be cool and down with, like the rich African Americans and, or anybody that got money, but I think he really despises poor African Americans in my book.
Despise? What are you basing that on? What makes you come to that conclusion?
Well, I say that because, especially the way he talks about, the shithole countries most of the countries I feel that he'd be talking about would be like some countries in Africa or even brown-skinned people from Mexico, you know.
Well, shit, I was gonna say, you talking about shit. You talking about shithole countries. I mean, talking about shithole cities like Milwaukee and Baltimore. He's done it here locally. Gen X, thank you for that subscription. Go ahead.
That is true, though. You're right about that. I don't know. In my opinion, I just feel like he just. I don't know. I feel like he just got a bias against poor African Americans or anybody of color that is poor.
But you do realize Trump says that he's done more for blacks than anybody since Abraham Lincoln. So he believes he's actually done a hell of a lot for blacks.
Honestly, I can't think of one thing he's done for African Americans. I honestly can't. I mean,
they're going to bring up the HBCUs. He did pardon a few African Americans like Lil Wayne from prison and felonies and things like that. We're going to bring up the jobs numbers in the black community along with everybody. The jobs numbers under Trump were pretty good. It wasn't just blacks, it was everybody, but that is what you generally hear.
I mean, but that's just that's just something every president usually do anyway. So I mean, it's not anything particularly that he did for African Americans, but every president, pardons African Americans, donate to different colleges. I mean, as far as I know.
The HBCU, I believe Biden has surpassed what Trump did for HBCUs. I believe Biden surpassed that by a lot now.
Oh yeah, he really has. I mean, Supreme Court, Vice President. He's making his actions speak louder than words. He's appointing people of color to important positions, and I think that shows that he actually cares. As far as being diverse.
So you see, Biden has done a pretty good job then.
Yeah, I really do. I think that I know some people probably think that he's asleep and he's like I can't remember that movie.
Weekend at Bernie's.
I guess he was dead. Yes. That's how people see him. But honestly, I heard you talk before. I'm sure that he listens to his advisors and he makes a firm decision. And you need somebody that's able to listen to people instead of just. There's nothing wrong with taking charge. Don't get me wrong, but to actually listen to people and then make a firm decision, I think that makes a great leader.
Yeah, and I will say the same thing, and I certainly agree with you that in comparing Trump to Biden, if there is one area where Biden does better than Trump, I do believe he is willing to listen far more than Trump is. So I do believe if something happened to Biden and enough of his advisors, or up to and including his wife, said you need to step down, I believe he would be more likely to listen to his people than Trump. So, a lot of folks like Trump, so they don't give a damn if he listens or not. I get it, but I do believe Biden is willing to listen to his advisors quicker than Trump.
True. I firmly believe that too.
Yeah.
So that goes without saying.
All right, fair enough. Real quick before I let you go, what is a black job in your opinion? Gotta ask.
Oh God, I have no idea. That is kind of racist. That's like saying Mexican job.
Yeah.
Would it be construction or black people jobs be like McDonald's or something? I don't know. I just feel like it's a little racist.
Yeah.
Oh, and can I say something before I go?
Sure.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea that you give Trump supporters, moderates, and everybody a voice, because Trump supporters are people too.
Yep.
I may not agree on everything that they believe, but they are people, and I think uniting people the way you do is a very important role. And I would vote for you if you ran for president.
Oh shit! Oh my goodness! I appreciate that. All right, I'll make sure I would commit to putting more black jobs out there. Appreciate you.
Oh yeah. By the way, you kind of remind me of Jon Stewart a little bit.
Oh, that's a huge accolade. I'm a big fan of Jon Stewart from The Daily Show, and now he does it on Mondays. Hey, Appreciate it. Thank you very much. I got to move it on though, but thank you.
All right, you have a good day.
Appreciate it. And I want to say media idols is the word I'm looking for, would probably be Bill O'Reilly. I've been watching Bill O'Reilly for 20 plus years. So Bill O'Reilly, I know a lot of folks on the left are like, what the fuck? But Bill O'Reilly, I actually got a chance to go out there to Fox, but Bill O'Reilly, and then Chris Cuomo, who's Andrew Cuomo's brother from the former governor of New York. So those are more of my media commentating idols. Chris Cuomo's a little bit more modern. I'm a big fan of Geraldo. I watched a lot of Fox, so many of them have come from there, but just wanted to say that. Looking in the comments, they're all great. Yeah. What was wrong with America before Trump? Well, it depends on what side of the aisle you're on. I mean, folks on the right don't favor things like same-sex marriage or the destruction of the nuclear family. These are things that the left, feminism and things like that, what was wrong with the country before Trump? Stuff like that. The right is in favor of traditional America. Many folks even call conservatives traditionalists because they see America or favor in America like the founding fathers intended. The left is more of a progressive sect, where they're always pushing the envelope. The left is always trying to evolve America. So the way America is now in 2024, most likely in 2044, the left is going to be on something else. The right is still going to be talking about the Constitution because the right is in favor of a traditional America. They're not, and by the way, that's the way it's always been, is that even when the Democrats were the party of slavery and Jim Crow and all that shit, they were called conservatives. The Democrats were the traditionalists. The Republicans were called progressives because they were trying to roll the country in a different way. They were trying to go against the tradition of slavery. So progressives want to continue to push the envelope and change things. Conservatives believe the founding fathers got it right and there's no need to make a change at all. Looking in the comments, Gen X says, you know, it's funny, the face that popped in my head when black jobs was mentioned was Obama's. Really? The sky is the limit for all Americans. You know, I understand your point, but when I'm gonna use what you say, Gen X. So before I go back to the box, and by the way, tap the screen, get the likes up to about 90,000. We can certainly do that. 700 of you in here on a Sunday evening. I do appreciate that. Considering you could be anywhere else, it's good to have you here. Same on YouTube. 140 likes, if you will. Feel free to smash that like button. Black jobs, and you say that you think about the likes of Obama reaching the highest office in the land, and hey, look, blacks can do anything. I agree that blacks can now do just about anything, but I don't see your point in the black jobs. The reason why I disagree is because, as you say all the time, Gen X, you can't take Trump out of context. Trump was talking about immigrants in this country illegally competing with black people for black jobs. In the context he used it, there's no damn way he was talking about president, because an illegal immigrant can't run for president. He was talking about jobs that illegal immigrants tend to do and suggesting they were doing jobs that put them now in competition with black people and was taking away black jobs. So think about jobs that illegal immigrants tend to do, and that's where you would find where it makes sense. President, no. But I do appreciate how you went for that. Thank you. Moogly says, excuse me, Obama had to damn near be perfect to get there. I don't totally disagree with that. Sometimes when you're the first African-American, yeah, I mean, I think of, the first African-American baseball player, or you see Cuba Gooding Jr. when he was that Navy diver. Yeah, the first black person. We talk about the Red Tails or the Tuskegee Airmen. Yeah, the first black one was pretty damn good at it because those fields were closed to black people. So yeah, the first black person generally has to be perfect at it. Looking in the comments, and I do want to say thank you for that graphic. I didn't get a chance to see who just sent that. That was a alter ego. Alter ego. Wow, man, thank you for all of the support, Alter Ego. Don't want to acknowledge that. You don't even sound right saying the word black, says, who is that, Trex? Really? I got an accent? I don't have the Negro accent today? What do us? Go back to the comment section. Chris, Betty at the box. Good afternoon, or better yet, good evening, Chris. You think Biden should step down?
Okay, number one, we talked before. I'm conservative. You know that.
Good to have you back on.
Appreciate you being on here. Happy birthday. That's the first thing I want to say.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
We're getting on the same age. I know. We
old. Yeah, old as fuck. That's what the cake should say.
Let me tell you something. I don't think Biden should have rerun. I don't think he should have. Kind of upset with Jill. I think she's kind of pushed him to do it. But we're in this situation. One, I don't think legally he can do anything unless he literally steps down.
You know, it's interesting you bring up that you can't do anything legally, because I'm hearing the same thing. He has the delegates, but I'm wondering. Let's say, for instance, you get a doctor that can really diagnose he's out of his mind. Just like, you know, if you're out of your mind, your wife. I think Jay Leno, you know, from late night TV, he's done that with his wife, where you want to have power of attorney over somebody who has lost their mind. If you can, because Biden hasn't taken any cognitive examination or anything like that, and we know when it came to potentially prosecuting him, her HURR stated that, you know, we can't prosecute him because he's mentally out of it. So even though
are we talking about the 25th Amendment?
Yeah, something of that nature. If he won't step down, but you know he is not within his faculties, there has to be a way to go around it.
At that point, we talk about the 25th Amendment, but I'm not sure. I think maybe Harris would step in.
You know, I don't know. I think they're right. As much as you hear about Biden being out of it and can't string together two sentences coming from Trump, I know the right would be against taking Biden out because they think he's easy to defeat. So the right would be fine with leaving a crazy man in office as long as it meant Trump getting back in office. Very similar to how they're okay with leaving the border open if it means getting Trump back in office. So you would get no support on the right. But in my opinion, if he's out of it, there has to be a legal way to get rid of him.
We'll see. I'm not a legal scholar, so I don't know.
Neither am I.
You know this. If he steps down on his own, the delegates don't matter anymore. You can put somebody in. Yeah. But you would have to have both he and Harris step down.
Wait, you saying Harris would have to step down too?
Because if he steps down, Harris would become the party ticket.
Yeah. You know, the thing about it is, because there more and more media outlets. At first it was Fox, and I'm going to take anything Fox says about Biden with a grain of salt. But I'm starting to hear more and more media outlets indicate that behind the scenes, folks are trying to have a heart-to-heart talk with Biden, or I think one media outlet referred to it as an intervention that's supposed to be tomorrow between Obama and others. Where they're actually, and one of the things I will give Biden credit for over Trump is I do believe if people he trusts tells him he's not capable, Trump wouldn't leave no matter who told him. I think Biden would do that.
There is a difference.
Yeah,
I agree.
There is a difference. So
and especially and listen, man, I'm like you. Yeah, I'm listening to everything right now. I mean, my Sirius XM is going to all the stations.
Wow. And
I'm hearing more MSNBC talking replacement than anybody else. I mean, and they are definitely left-leaning.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Biden has a legacy. I mean, he's been in D.C. forever, since he was 29, I believe it was.
50 years.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, one thing that Biden has on his record right now is that he defeated Trump, which the left believes damn near comparable to taking Hitler out. The left views Trump as pretty damn bad. So Biden can say he prevented Trump from getting elected in 2020. If he stays in office and causes Trump to win in 2024, that erases all of that. So Biden does have a legacy to worry about. I don't know if he's focused on that, but that is in play.
I will say this. This is completely bipartisan. You have to remember, and this is something I watched the debate. The debate was hands down. It was not any question. I think we all agree Biden looked bad.
Yeah.
Whether Trump looked good, I don't care. Biden just looked that bad.
Yeah.
I mean, Trump could have sat there and said nothing, and Biden just looked bad.
I'll let you continue, but I will say this. I believe Trump would have looked better had he not said anything, because we're focusing on how awful Biden looked, and I agree with you 100% there, but Trump was incredibly dishonest. He just won because his opponent looked horrible.
Right. We're in agreement.
Yeah.
But one of the things, and I watched it, and this is something that's coming from a conservative. I watched, and it was almost sad for me, because whether I agree with his policies, whether I agree with him on everything he said over these 50 years, this is a man that's given 50 years of service to our country, and it was very obvious that he was not. Yeah. He's not the same man. He's not the same man. But I don't know where you go with the delegates and everything else. And I'm not even saying, as a conservative, I'm still, Trump might not beat him. And I want to know who you're going to put in, because it's not Harris. Harris ain't going to beat Trump.
Well, and it's interesting you would say that, because in the comments, Black Power, oh my God, Black Power is his name, but Black Power says, how embarrassing would it be if Trump lost? I think if Biden beats Trump, you're going to hear the same thing we heard in 2020. How can a man campaigning from his basement win and things like that? I don't think Trump would ever concede a loss to Biden, even if it was a legitimate loss.
But, I mean, not trying to be mean, guys. Who cares if he concedes? He still lost.
Well, the thing about it is democracy cares. People believe, when Trump said he won the 2020 election, people were willing, in terms of fighting for the republic, making sure their vote count, they believed Trump so much that they were willing to throw their entire lives away for it. Kind of like give me liberty or give me death. They really believed what Trump said, to the point where many of them threw their lives away, their businesses, lost their jobs, some lost their freedoms. Ashley Babbitt lost her life because they believed what he was saying.
Well, let's get that straight. Trump did not win the 2020 election.
He's still saying it. He's still saying it. You
I get what you're saying. But the fact of the matter is, I'm conservative. I'm telling you, Trump didn't win the 2020 election. Biden won it. But now we're in 2024, and the problem is, who would you have to replace him? You got the Michigan governor, Megan
Whitmer.
What's her name?
Gretchen Whitmer.
Okay, I guess, and I mean, you got Newsom out in California. Not trying to be mean, he's looking at stuff, and he's saying no. He's saying no. Yeah. And part of that, and I'll tell you why I personally believe Newsom's saying no, is he's over here going, I don't want to be the sacrificial lamb. I think this is, I know. I'm on a lot. I think this is. I do think that the Republican Party is probably going to take the White House in 2024. I just don't know. I mean, at this point, as a Democrat, I'm going to propose the same question. It's kind of looking bad over there for the left. You and I can talk, and we can get along with each other at the end of the day. How do y'all take about the White House in 28? Because it's kind of where I'm looking at.
Well, you got to understand the Democrats if Trump wins, the Democrats don't believe 28 is even going to be an option. The Democrats believe that if Trump wins, that's it. He's going to put in a bunch of loyalists, go Project 2025. DJ Julio, appreciate the underwater graphic. Thank you. But the Democrats do not believe if Trump wins, they don't believe 2028 is even going to be an option. They believe he's going to fundamentally change the way our system is, and that will be the end of it.
Do you really believe that, though? You still have to go through Congress, Senate. This country's going to be, believe it or not, we're very split in the middle. I don't think any one man, be Biden, Trump, they're not fundamentally going to change.
I want to say I agree with you, but I've seen so much that I never would have thought would have happened. For instance, if I remember when Trump was when Trump was in power and people were saying, well, if he gets to appoint a Supreme Court justice, they're going to roll back Roe v. Wade, and you're liberal fearmongers. If you had said that if Trump gets in office, let's say we went back 7-8 years ago, and people were saying, if Trump gets in office, they're going to take away abortion rights, and they're going to be using laws from the 1800s. Everybody would have said you're fear-mongering. You are a liberal just making shit up. That actually happened. So I've seen so much happen now, I don't feel confident saying anything cannot happen. Certainly, I think Trump has pushed the envelope in a bunch of ways. Biden's number one way he's pushed the envelope is he's made it so we know that from now on, presidents should get a cognitive exam. But in Trump's case, I've never thought we'd see the day where we're wondering if a guy can be in prison and run the country simultaneously, could be in office, commit a crime, and then pardon himself for the crime he committed in office, or have a bunch of felonies. I never thought this stuff could happen, and I'm not saying that maybe some of the charges against Trump may not be politically based, but what I'm saying is Trump has pushed the envelope in so many ways that I never thought I'd see, such as suggesting that his competitor be locked up with Hillary Clinton. I think he said that Obama bugged or wiretapped his office. I've never seen this stuff. So to say something cannot happen at this point, I don't feel confident about that anymore.
Okay, fair enough. But okay, on the abortion thing, all we did was we turned the power to the states. And I think most states, even what we would consider conservative states, are going to it's not that abortion is illegal. I think we say that word. Abortion is not illegal. And I mean, we're having it, but it's going all kinds of places. On our really left progressive states, they're going 9 months on our.
I'm hearing that. I'm not seeing it though. I have yet to see the right, because I'll tell you this, as a longtime O'Reilly viewer, Bill O'Reilly, they used to talk about this guy in Kansas called Tiller the baby killer. They would, somebody ended up murdering the guy, but they used to follow. He was doing abortions late term, and they were actually constantly putting it on. I haven't heard anybody put anything on television about a woman getting a 9th month or an afterbirth abortion where it really actually happened. All I'm hearing is, well, they could do this.
Okay, so true, but are you still okay?
Yeah, I'm here.
For a second. But like the Virginia governor before, when he wasn't elected, when he needed re-election, we're doing what he could do. I think we're still in the House, in the state houses, trying to decide on abortion and what we're actually going to decide on. I think most houses are going to go with a 15 or 24 week kind of what you would expect of like. I'm conservative, but I don't think we should ban abortion. I definitely think there needs to be an exception for women. If it's life or death for the woman, there should be an exception for that. There should be an exception for what you can't say on TikTok, but you know what I'm talking about, for abuse. I'll put it that way. There needs to be an exception for that. But I don't think, but just like the Virginia governor saying, well, we're going to let the baby be born, then we're going to put it to the side, make it comfortable, then we're going to ask the mother what she wants to do with it. That's not going to happen, but neither is a ban on abortion either. And
I disagree.
I think America's going to figure it out. I know everybody gets scared.
Here's why I disagree. When Beto O'Rourke, when he was running for governor in Texas, you jumped up there and yelled, "You're damn right, we're going to take away your AR-15s." The right did not view him as just taking away the AR-15. The right views the liberals as trying to take away all guns. In other words, if you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. I don't totally disagree with that. I do believe that if the liberals get the ability to ban some guns, they will keep expanding it under the guise that, okay, we ban the AR-15, so there's a lot less killings with that gun. Why not try it with another? So I do believe they would continue. It's the same with the abortion debate. If you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. If your goal is to save lives of the unborn, why would you stop at the state level knowing that other babies are being murdered in other states? If you had the ability to do it federal, there's no way in hell you're going to pass that up. So the idea that they're only returning it to the states, I don't buy that. If your goal is to save babies' lives, if you get the opportunity to do it federally, you're going to do it that way.
Well, on that note, I mean, so on the right, if we give you an inch, you're going to take a mile.
And it applies on the left, right? Exactly.
So, but don't you? I mean, do you not agree that it needs? In terms of the states, I think eventually you're going to have some kind of sect. It's going to be federal. I do think that's going to happen one day. I don't think one man's going to change democracy. And right now, if you look at the polls, you know, Biden's running on democracy, state democracy. You know, the last poll coming out from nonpartisan groups, Trump's ahead on democracy.
I don't know. Yeah, some polls I don't buy. To me, that's like one of the red wave pros because, like you mentioned, what can and can't happen in one man. What was January 6th? What was he trying? Because you said it. You believe he lost. What was that?
I think that was misinformed people.
Misinformed people. Who? You said misinformed people. Who misinformed them?
Honestly, I don't think Trump did not help. I'm going to give you that. I don't think Trump helped. I do remember part of the speech he said, because I watched the speech. He said, now go and protest peacefully.
But what are they protesting?
Something went wrong with peacefully and what was going on. And what we seem to forget is, while he's giving that speech and saying that line, there's already a crowd at the Capitol.
Hold on, hang on. You're talking about Trump said go and protest peacefully. What are they protesting?
That's where you and I agree. I don't think there was anything to protest.
Right, but who told them there was something to protest?
I think media outlets.
No, when they went out there before, when Trump told them to go peacefully, who was in front of them, talking to them, telling them what they were there to hear?
It was Trump.
Right. So he had them come out. He had them come out there to protest a lie. I mean, that didn't happen. So even though you said go peacefully, they're going to the Capitol building to protest something that even you agree is not even true.
Right. And I wasn't there.
You don't need to be there to notice that they were there to fight, stop the steal. You're admitting there was no steal.
No.
Yeah.
And I agree.
Yeah.
As a conservative, I'm telling you right now. But I mean, at the same time, let's take it back to in 2016, we had at the same thing on January 6th, 2016, we're confirming Trump, and you had many congressmen and congresswomen stand up and say it was illegitimate.
I don't mean, but they didn't. But to bring these folks to DC, to a building where literally all of America's leadership was located, and sending them to that building to protest something that did not happen, I think that's a bit stronger than what you're bringing up in 2016. This didn't happen. Why would you send all these people to the Capitol building to protest something that is not? And these people think democracy is being destroyed. They think the liberals are still in an election. They believe this stuff. They don't pay money to fly out here, to drive out here, bought hotel rooms. These people believe they're fighting for their liberty, and it's all made up.
Well, again, let's. I think we can agree that January 6th was a sad day in our. It was a sad day in our government. It was.
Yeah.
And you know, I have my personal beliefs are. I think these people were, and that's something. And I'll say it like this: there's a Tulsa host, and they would come on, and he used to be a Secret Service agent. He now has a podcast, and he was telling them he was assigned to the Obama detail the first time that Obama ran, and he was saying, "Dude, and he said, I see something. I saw the same thing with Obama." He goes, "I'm not Obama." He said, "I'm not an Obama supporter." I'd tell my friends and my family when they asked me what's going on with this Obama guy. You know, before everybody knew who he was, he goes, "There's something going on here." I mean, he has a following. He goes, he saw that with Trump. He had a following, and what we don't realize, and I think what we're
You're on mute.
And Trump got that following. So how did we have that following open up? You know, how did he get this working class, rural, and that's where it really started. These people that they would die for this man.
Yeah.
I mean,
listen, I don't have an issue of, being willing to put everything on the line for somebody that's going to lead this country in the right direction and fight for democracy. Where I have the issue is if you put all your eggs in one basket and the basket holder is willing to use that power, for nefarious purposes, you're admitting he just flat out lied to the people. Now, you pointed out that you believe January 6th was a bad day, correct?
I agree. Yes,
so why is Trump calling it a good day?
Again, I'm conservative. I'm not MAGA. There's a difference.
I mean, I get it, but I'm just saying the guy is calling it.
That, brother.
Yeah, I'm just saying the guy is saying it's Trump has not referred to January 6th as a negative way, in any negative way at all. Everything Trump has said about January 6th has been positive, other than Nancy Pelosi didn't do her job.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But I mean, at the same time, Biden, he brings up the South Carolina situation. Now, you and I are both intelligent adults. We know he brought it up again at the debate. When the reason he ran the first time because the groups were coming out of the woods with their torches lit, and he goes and Trump said these are good people. What the whole thing that Trump said, he goes, I'm sure there are good people on both sides. I deny, and he was a completely. If you see the whole clip from when that happened, he said anybody that's KKK racist, he denied them. I mean, he put it out there.
My take is this: when you see what happened in Charlottesville, why even bring up good people? I mean, somebody died there that day. Obviously, there were people there that had negative intentions. I mean, why even bring up? Okay, one side was protesting in favor of supporting the Confederate statue. Folks were coming down the street with tiki torches. They believed that the Jewish people were going to replace them or whatever. And the other side was protesting them. Why bring up that there are good people in this? I mean, it's a bad event. It's like trying to look on the bright side of something horrible.
But I mean, don't you agree that both sides have those moments? What about the protest of 2020? I mean, we were burning down our cities.
Yeah.
There were, I'm sure. If you look at it, and we come to realize, and I hate to say this, but a lot of people that started the BLM movement actually didn't start it for the right reasons. Some of them were under investigation for completely keeping all the money. I mean, those are things that happen. And what I would say that.
Yeah, but I get your point. But
what's the movement? What's the movement? Like the saying that, hey, Black Lives Matter. This is important. I think that was an important movement, but it got somehow changed.
Here is the difference that I believe is significant, because it's not uncommon for January 6th to be compared to the issues with Black Lives Matter.
Yeah.
Black Lives Matter was not organized by the President of the United States. I'm not here to deny that there were cities that burned and a lot of crimes were committed by Black Lives Matter. But it wasn't like Obama was there speaking before they went and robbed a CVS blind. I mean, this was something that was actually ordained by the President of the United States. And he continues to only speak positive of what happened there that day. Black Lives Matter, you don't see people sitting there at the presidential level saying it was a good day when Minneapolis was set on fire. I haven't seen any Biden or Nancy Pelosi suggest that was a great thing. None of them are saying that. Trump is not only saying that January 6th was a good day, he's making it clear, if I could get the folks who are incarcerated from this event out of prison, I would do that too. Big difference.
Okay, let me right back with that. You're saying no presidential. I mean, your vice president, Kamala Harris, is paying the bonds for the BLM rioters.
Paying the bond for rioters that set fire to places?
Yes.
I haven't heard that. Okay, but if that's the case, then I'll concede the point. I need to see where she's paying the bond for somebody who set fire to a building or a property.
Her group. There was a group that she was in control of that was raising money to pay the bonds for the rioters.
And she's speaking positively of them doing it?
I don't think Kamala Harris made any comments whatsoever, but she was paying the bonds. I mean, that's that unspoken word right there.
Yeah, that's a little different than putting out an album with the people.
True.
Yeah. All right, Chris, you drive a hard bargain, no big deal.
Happy birthday again.
Huh?
And let me tell you something. If you want to know the truth, this is something that we all need to realize. Man on that stage, I know my daughter keeps calling me. I don't think either man on that stage Thursday night was the best that America can put forward. And that's really what we need to work on as our country.
As a conservative, there were 9 other options. Are any of those other folks you would have favored over Trump? Vivek, Chris Christie, Nikki Haley? Would you have favored any of Ron DeSantis?
I will say this. I did not vote for Trump in the primary.
Oh, okay. All right, now we know.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
He is the man he is the man my party has chosen. You have the man that your party has chosen, and God save us all. November's coming up.
Well said, Chris. Appreciate you coming on. Good talk. Doors always open to you.
Always love you, man. Keep it up.
Thank you. Appreciate that. By the way, folks, tap the screen. Get the likes up to about 110. We certainly can make that happen if you let your thumbs not be lazy on this Sunday evening. Appreciate you folks that are tuned in. By the way, we don't block, ban, or censor anyone. So if you are new to the broadcast, that's how we run it. It's all about free speech here. You don't have to agree with anybody in the comment section up to and including the host. It's all about free speech. We don't talk down to anyone. We are and always will be MAGA friendly. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome as well. If you do enjoy civilized dialogue, but from all sides of the aisle, left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with QAnon, feel free to follow the program on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. Looking in the comments, no, they denied that anything bad was going on during those riots. They said it was mostly peaceful while we saw fire in the background. Well, Alan, as I stated with my last caller, that wasn't coming at the presidential level. I don't remember Biden or Obama when he was president looking at a fire and saying there's nothing going on. And not to mention, as I pointed out, it's a little bit different when you got the president up there speaking to the folks that are about to go on and burn the place down. That's a little different. What happened with Black Lives Matter is between the groups and the town police or whatever the case may be. It wasn't orchestrated by folks in Washington. That would be different. If Nancy Pelosi threw a Black Lives Matter riot, that would be a whole different ballgame. But this came from Trump. This came directly from the top. So I think that's a little different. Gen Xer says Obama earned his black job. You and his black jobs. I even voted for him the first term, second not so much, but I'm just a racist in a ZI white nationalist proud boy. Oh my God. Gen Xer is a proud boy. Hey, we can always talk about the semantics. Outdoors of Eden says DeSantis should not be vice president. He should have been president. America failed picking Trump again. Wow. And I do believe, thank you for the hat and mustache there, DJ Julio. I've said before, I really strongly believe, and I know my beloved MAGA is going to hate me for saying this, but we are talking free speech here. I think Nikki Haley was by far the best chance of the Republicans winning. That's not to say that Trump may not beat Biden, but I believe that if Nikki Haley was the pick, the polls would be far more in her favor. Even though Biden looked awful during the presidential debate on Thursday, he still remains very competitive with Trump in the polls. Been that way the whole time. Nikki Haley was polling considerably better than Biden in all the polls. She couldn't get past Trump and the MAGA folks, but on the national stage, she was looking way better than Biden. If Biden loses, the liberals are going to be blaming the Biden administration for being too dumb or too stubborn to step down. If Trump loses, you're going to have the same thing. You're going to have many folks pointing out, how could you lose to a senile old man? And it's because you got a bunch of felonies, a bunch of haters out there, things like that Nikki Haley didn't have. I strongly believe Nikki Haley would have easily beat President Biden. If she could have gotten MAGA on board, because she would have easily gotten all the rest of the Republicans on board. There's a lot of traditional Republicans that are never Trumpers. If Nikki Haley had been propelled to the top of the Republican ticket, the whole party would have unified behind her, the whole Republican Party. That's not going to happen with Trump. That's just not going to happen. The Mitt Romneys, the Bushes, the Cheneys, they're not going to vote for Trump. Mike Pence is not going to vote for Trump at all. They would have all came together and voted for Nikki Haley. So I do believe that Nikki Haley would have beat President Biden. And I believe the independents, people who are affected by Biden's reduced cognitive abilities, would have probably been willing to go towards Nikki Haley because it's a softer approach. Trump is leading America in a far right direction, just like many would say that Biden is coming out far left. Nikki Haley would have been more of a moderate, and I think that folks would have went with him. Looking in the comments, because their establishment, Trump is completely against them. I get the idea that Trump is not establishment, but there's sometimes you can say that he does do things that look like he very much is in the know. I don't know about all this anymore. DJ Julio, good evening.
How are you?
I'm doing good. So what do you think? I'm assuming you definitely believe Biden should step down.
I don't think it's going to do him any good at this point. I mean, I think he just ride the storm, to be honest.
Do you think
I don't know that.
Do you think he could possibly win?
Absolutely not. I don't. See, he's talking like I just did. It's just, I don't understand why he was even up there. I mean, I feel bad for the guy. Not so much that he did a horrible job, in my opinion, but that he's at that stage of his life where it's unfortunate. I wish he would just stop and go spend the rest of what he's got with his family.
Well, I mean, the thing is, Trump, which I was mentioning before you got on, the unfavorable numbers for Trump are pretty damn high. So even with Biden being out of his damn mind, he still would probably be competitive with Biden. I mean, do you feel confident without a shadow of a doubt that Trump is going to really beat him by a landslide?
I don't know that I would say a landslide because Trump's done a good job of pissing a lot of people off.
Right.
You know.
Right.
But I don't see him losing. I can't justify any thought in my head aside from him not being around anymore that he would not win this election.
Now I want to make sure I'm getting clarity here. Do you believe Biden beat him the first time?
I got to be careful about that.
You can say yes or no.
I don't think it was fair.
That ain't what I'm asking you. If it was fair, and now life ain't fair, who won? Take your time.
Apparently, the guy that's in office right now, I don't know that I agree with that decision.
Okay. All right. Have you seen it? You already know what I'm asking. Have you seen evidence to back up your theory?
No. No, not yet.
3 years out. Why not? Why not? 3 years out. Why haven't you seen it?
I've heard some things that today that are questioning. It's in the House and the Senate. God forgive me, I can't remember the damn names, but they were talking about it, and they were.
I got a lot of.
They were leaning towards that direction. I'm just trying to figure out how to say it without having to peel a banana.
All right. Okay. Here's the issue I have, and I'll say this before you come clean with your thought. Folks that believe Trump won can point to new information coming out that may back up his claim, but they're totally ignoring all of the stuff that has come out to show that side was cheating. All these folks that have been arrested, some folks have pled, they're ignoring all of that, but anything that comes out to show there may be some liberal cheating, they're all over that. Like, there's a lot of high-level folks on the right that have pled guilty to interfering with that election. We know Rudolph Giuliani now owes a ton of money for flat out lying about the Dominion voting machines. You know, the Jewish space lasers. I mean, there's just so much stuff there.
No, and you're right. There's a lot of question. I mean, for me, there's a lot of question. There may not be a lot of question for you. Some news sources say one thing, some say another. Some's clickbait, some is real. You know, only time's going to really be able to tell.
But it shouldn't take that long. If you're on stage confidently saying you won by a landslide, people don't pay all their money to come to D.C. to help defend you and stop and steal. By now, you owe those folks an explanation and proof of what you were saying. We're 3 years out. It shouldn't be still, well, you'll find out in the future. Like, at what point do we say maybe he don't have anything?
And you may be exactly right. When I was saying that, it might take a year or it might take some time, whatever. I wasn't saying that he's holding on to that information. I'm just saying that eventually it's going to come around to whether, every lie becomes the truth sometime.
I don't know. Some lies just remain lies.
Right, but then the truth of it being a lie comes out, or the truth of it being the truth comes out.
Yeah, I don't. I don't get it. I mean, like I said, if the guy won by a landslide, it shouldn't take this long to show evidence that you did that. And not to mention, out of the entire Republican senators, we're not talking about any Democrats, Republican senators, Republican Congress, Republican governors, how many of them are saying that Trump won? Even the folks that were on his own administration, the people that he gave jobs to, who would have been in office a second term and it would have benefited. Is there anyone saying that he won?
Well, I mean, I think Matt Gaetz has said it, and I think Tulsi Gabbard said it.
Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard, the former Democrat. Yeah,
you're right. And whether he won or lost right now is a moot point. And you're right. There's no evidence leading to him saying it or me backing it.
Well, let me interrupt you.
When shit don't look right, though, when shit don't look right, you've really got to dig. And I be honest with you, it's summer. I haven't been digging for shit except for a good time.
Yeah, but when shit don't look right, it gives you the motivation to go investigate. You can't claim victory because shit don't look right. You could say, look, the Democrats don't look like they're doing this right. We could work with that statement. That don't mean you jump up and say you won by a landslide. That's where the problem is he didn't say there looks like there may be some improprieties. He just jumped up and said, I won.
No, and you're right. I'm not denying any of that. I never have. I talk a lot of shit. I do.
Yeah.
But you're right. Those things for me, I mean, it's a moot point for me. I want to see what's next. He's on the ticket. He's the one running. A lot of his court cases are going in his favor. The circuit courts are starting to do some weird stuff with 1-6.
Yeah.
And, I think things are going to lay out the way that I felt like they were going to lay out in the beginning of, me and your conversations.
Well, I'll say right off the bat in regards to whether he won or not, I disagree with you that it's a moot point because he's not letting that die. If he's saying he won and then he's starting to make changes to how we vote and what we can and can't do based on him saying he was cheated without any proof, it's not a moot point. He's starting to try to make changes to how we vote.
Right, but don't you think that paper ballot IDs when you turn them in, don't you think that's a better voting system? It's a more honest one.
No,
it might be more time consuming, but it's more honest.
Well, in my opinion, now that we have the technology we have, such as, and by the way, Gen Xer says you are the GOAT. Rock on, brother. That's just.
I appreciate Gen Xer. I do. I like that guy too.
I like Gen X, even though both of y'all.
Much, but I'd have a beer with him.
I like Gen X too, even though both of y'all full of shit. But let me say this.
Hey, but before you go that far, I want to let everybody know, if you notice the subtleties in Tim, he's leaning a little further to the right. Look at his shirt; it's red.
Oh my God!
It's coming out. It's coming out, bro. I'll pay attention.
Shit, I might be coming out as LGBT for you. Let me just say this.
Your voice is too deep for that shit.
Yeah. I want to sound like Brittany Griner, but let me say this. In regards to the election, as I said, it's 3 years out. You mentioned, shouldn't voter ID be the way to go? I do agree with you. There's no excuse for a full-grown adult not to have an ID. However, I would say this. If you want to have the election, first of all, I think they should make Election Day a holiday. That way, if you want everybody to vote only on Election Day,
Amen.
So make Election Day a holiday, and then I would also say print out the IDs and hand them out for free. If you can force people to put up a damn poster-sized display of the 10 Commandments, you clearly got enough money to print out IDs. So print out a little piece of plastic with a picture on it or whatever and give it to the people.
I like this. I like that idea. I like that idea a lot. I don't see there's nothing wrong with
But let me say this as well, because I know your side believes everybody should come down to the polling places and vote on election day. The reason I have some hesitation is because technology is so far advanced that, like for instance, I do rideshare driving sometimes. And before you drive for Uber, they make you stare at your phone and look into a software so they can recognize you're the correct driver, so maybe you don't have an immigrant or somebody driving under your name. Facial recognition software, in my opinion, is far more secure than going to a polling place, handing your ID to another human being, having that human being look at the ID and verify you are the person. A computer is far more better at verifying who you are. In my opinion, you got a fingerprint scanner at home and a camera for facial ID. That would be far more secure than going to a polling place.
That does sound good, but then I think about how easy it is to hack into people's Wi-Fi's, and I think about all of that stuff.
Yeah, but there is no. But
it's more.
Julio,
you got a very, very valid point. I don't disagree with where technology is. There should be a lot easier ways to do this, but I think it's too new for that.
You drop out, Julio?
Okay. It's going to leave the door wide open for anybody who wants to get in there. Go ahead.
Yeah, you had dropped out. No, in regards to you saying people can hack into that, you think people can create fake voting IDs? I mean, fake IDs go back before you and I was born.
100%.
Right.
100%. Look at AI. Let's just take AI for instance. You can turn your face into whatever face you want it to be nowadays. It's not that hard. Deep fakes are a real thing.
You can turn.
I'm sorry. This is for what is this called? Entertainment purposes only. Just an opinion.
Okay.
But go ahead.
I don't know if AI is to the point where you could actually turn your face into something and then fool a image scanner with it. I don't know if we're that far with it yet. And by the way, if the people who could do that represent probably less than 1% of the population.
Right, but the 1% are the ones with all the money as well.
I mean, if the whole purpose of denying ways to vote is on, well, somebody could hack that, then you would trust no system at all. Because I could walk to a polling place and pay somebody off or have a fake ID or get some makeup, plastic surgery put on my face. I mean, nothing is foolproof.
Right, no, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right, 100%. But I still think that, along with walking in or giving your ID or there's a sense of accountability for it. I make sure that when it's time for me to vote, for whether it's local or national, I pay attention. I go over to the firehouse right close to my house, and that's where I vote.
Yeah.
And I make sure that I show them my ID. I make sure they got me right because I've been confused with my brother before. It also takes voter responsibility.
Yeah, but it don't make the election any more secure.
Well, I mean, you say tomato, I say tomato.
I mean, if we're going here, I think it would. Here's some things that we heard coming from the Trump camp. Ruby Freeman and her mom were cheating. That's actually at a polling place. So, in other words, actual polling officials were being accused of cheating. We know they were wrong about it, but they were accusing people at the place. IDs is not going to stop that. We were accusing folks of shutting down the windows and boarding up windows at polling places. Voter IDs are not going to stop people from cheating that way. We were accusing folks of making you stand 20 feet, 25 feet back from them instead of 6 feet so you can see what they were doing or not. All of that is still going to exist even with a system where people have an ID.
Yeah, but I think it's a little more accountable. I think it's a little easier to prove. There's cameras everywhere you go. There's cameras. You can, if you have family access or any of that crap on your phones, you can get into your phone and find your GPS for the whole day.
You really think people are that eager to cheat one vote? That'll go through all of that? You really think there's that much of that going on?
Unfortunately, between 19 and today, I think that everybody thinks that they're the, even me, thinks that their opinion is the best opinion, that they need to win. It's me against me. That's it. I gotta win.
Yeah, but Julio, we're talking about felonies, Julio. We're talking cheating on an election is a felony. You really think that many people are willing to commit a felony to cast a ballot?
I think when you have somebody that is really going to shake your system to its core to reset it, which I've always believed was the case from the first time he was running. I said, yeah, America's a young nation. We need our ass whooped. We need to shape just shape him back up because we're not living morally. And
I get that, but we're talking about a felony.
When you get a person to come in and says, listen, we're a great country, but things need to change. We need to get paid for our services. We don't need to be paying and protecting everybody. We're not the big parent here. We're the youngest country in the world and one of the biggest superpowers. I mean, come on. We got to have checks and balances. If it's in the red, it's no good. If it's you don't want that.
Well, I would tell you this: if checks and balances are your biggest concern, you probably shouldn't vote for Trump. I mean, if Trump gets in office, what I've been constantly preaching over the last few days, if he gets in office and he replaces Justice Thomas and Alito, it's going to be far right America for another 30, 40 years. There's going to be no checks and balances anymore. It's going to be a right country. It's not going to be any center at all.
And maybe that's what I'm talking about. So when I'm talking checks and balances and in the red, I mean, you own a business. You know, you understand what it's like to make sure that you're constantly in the black.
Yeah.
If we're not moving to constantly in the black, then we're not growing as a country. And I think that's where Trump was good for us. He was forcing the UN and the NATO nations to step up and pay their fair share. He was forcing everybody else. And yeah, it shook up some of the local in my area for sure. I mean, I'm farm country. You know,
I don't disagree that people. Yeah, I don't disagree that people favorite the economy under Trump. But as you know, I always tell you when we talk is that a lot of folks are voting for things that have nothing to do with the economy. Because I certainly believe that threatening to throw women in prison for abortions and things like that. I don't know if $2 gas is going to undo that.
I disagree with that as well, and I don't think that's ever been the consensus when it comes to Trump. I don't think.
Yeah, but it's going to happen because of Trump.
No, it's going to happen because of the voters in the states that they live in.
Right, and if Trump had not got elected, they wouldn't have the power to do that stuff.
Right, but what's wrong with giving the people the power to vote?
That's like saying,
if you think about it, that's a way better system for the entire thing.
We
got away from the electoral colleges, you know, but you can't because of the people per capita. I understand all that. But if the people are getting a vote for their state that they live in, that they reside in, that they're growing their families up in, I don't want the same laws and shit as California. I don't want the same shit as New York.
Right.
I want to be able to go outside as long as I'm being responsible and I'm not hurting you or my neighbors, and I want to go shoot guns in the hills. I can.
Well, if you're telling a woman that's pregnant what she can do in her household with her boyfriend, you are getting go out and shoot and hunt like you want to do. Why are you in her house? Or maybe two dudes want to get married. Why are you over there telling them what they can and can't do?
I was ready for this question. What's wrong with asking people and demanding people be respectful and responsible? If you're having frivolous sex, you're not being respectful or responsible to anybody.
What? If I'm banging a bunch of chicks and the chicks are okay with it, I'm disrespecting you?
You're disrespecting yourself.
Okay, that's fine.
In turn, disrespecting, and in turn, because you don't respect yourself, you act a certain way.
So you're gonna pass laws that make me respect myself.
So if we go back to the first members of this nation, the Native Americans, which I'm proudly a part of. The only rules that you had in the tribe were respect and responsibility. That's it.
But Julio, you realize if you're starting to talk about passing rules to make somebody respect themselves, you would outlaw cigarettes, you would outlaw alcohol, all of that stuff's disrespecting yourself. I mean, you're going to tell me it's wrong for me to have promiscuous sex, but it's okay for you to go get drunk off Jack Daniels every Sunday night?
I'm not saying that you can't. I'm leading you towards a direction to where you don't have to. Now, there's nothing wrong with abortion. In my mind, I've told you this a million times, when it's needed. And when it comes to my children, I'm never going to judge them based on my personal beliefs, that I don't agree with it.
But you're saying that there's nothing wrong with abortion when it's needed, but it is up to you to decide for that mom when she needs to have an abortion or not. You're telling her what you think she should need or not need.
Right. No, I get that point. You're right. You were 100% right. Because I don't want a community of people that think it's okay. I personally don't. It's not my choice to judge or to tell them what they can or can't do. But I would be happier if I lived in a place where respect and responsibility was the key, and that they weren't out having frivolous sex without being protected, or making the right decision, because then we're not spreading disease either, Tim.
But Julio, where does it stop? You're trying to legislate morality. I don't drink. I've never had a drink in my life. I say it on the program all the time. Never had a beer, never had a wine cooler. Maybe I feel like we should live in a society where people don't get drunk. You want me to be able to stop people from drinking?
Well, funny enough that you say that, because people stop us smokers from smoking in bars, but you can drink and get silly and beat people up in bars, can't you?
To me, you're taking away freedoms, and you're saying you're for states' rights and freedoms while basically taking them away.
No, because the people vote. That's it.
Here they're voting away people's freedoms. And I'll tell you, this is one reason why a lot of us on the left, particularly minorities, get frightened when we hear states' rights, is because in my 52 years of life, anytime I hear somebody talking about states' rights, it's usually a state pushing for the right to take the freedoms of something away from people. It usually does not mean making that state freer. It means somebody in my state is doing something I want to stop them from doing.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
So then, what you at that point you have to do, which is the smart thing to do, is get a group of people together and start building down that group of people that are actually going to go to the polling offices and vote when it's time to vote for the stuff that you really want.
Or just avoid states' rights entirely, so you don't have to go through all that.
You could save up a couple months' rent and move to a different state. That's, I was talking to somebody about this yesterday. I think it was my mom. She is definitely not Republican, and that's okay.
I understand.
Love her to death.
I understand.
But it's like, if I couldn't shoot guns here, if I couldn't, during 19, if I couldn't, or I'm sorry, yeah, 19.
You're talking about moving to a state where they allow you to do what you want to do, but Julio, everybody can't afford to do that. If you got a mom that wants to have
What would you say about South Dakota? What would you say about South Dakota? You're a smart man. What do you say about South Dakota? Are we too far right?
Under governor, that fine ass governor y'all got, Kristi Noem, yeah, she's too far to the right. She's gorgeous, but she's too far to the right.
Right. But in my state, I can, if I'm responsible, I can conceal and carry.
Okay.
In my state, if I have a medical need for a plant that grows out of the ground, I have that right now.
Okay.
If I'm doing everything that I'm supposed to be doing, I can take care of myself. My kids can take care of themselves.
All right.
We live a very to the earth life out this way. And in bigger cities, you're not going to see that because it's a concrete jungle. We know this.
Yeah.
So where I'm coming from with all of that is, as a man, just in myself, there's things that I'm not okay with, but I'm okay with them existing because they don't affect me.
A lot of people on the right would disagree with you. That's why gay marriage was illegal for so long. That's why the LGBT community is being met with so much resistance, because they don't believe the LGBT community should have freedoms. In fact, certainly when it comes to the transgender community, Trump pretty much will eradicate that community. I mean, if you're transgender under a Trump administration going forward, I don't think it's a good idea to be there.
Yeah, no. You're exactly right, and I want to say something to this guy right here. He's playing both sides, Sir Duke. I'm not playing both sides. What I am doing
probably
is
talking about me.
I don't think he's talking about you, because I do sound like a leftist sometimes when I talk. I'm not trying to sugarcoat that, but I do see some of the values that the blue have, or the independents have. I'm not so close-minded that I can't see both sides and make my own assessment of it. My assessment of it comes to your beginning question about Joe Biden. I think his term is done. I think he did the job he was put there to do. Well, I don't necessarily mean as president. Just he was there to sign.
He was there to get rid of Trump. He was there. That was his number one goal, was to get rid of Trump.
Yep. But unfortunately, when it's right, and the right guy's coming back in November. In my humblest of opinions, I think America is going to go, okay, we're going to leave him alone now, maybe, and we'll see how bad he can fuck this up. And if he can't fuck this up and he can make it better, then his hat stands for something. Then his fight stands for something, because you can't tell me that if you had $1 billion in your bank account, we'll just say $100 million in your bank account, that you would put yourself through the shit he's putting himself through.
Thank you.
Glad somebody else is gifting, but I'm still number one in your gifted thing. This guy's come off your money. This is fun conversation. Gift over here.
I do appreciate you supporting the program. I do got to move it up because I got a few other guests, but I appreciate your support all the time, man. Thank you. Appreciate that.
And I'm glad to see your red shirt under there. I can't wait to see it all red.
Let me cover this motherfucker up. Good talk, Julio. Hey, good talk. All right, moving the program on. I want to respond to a comment that came in. I always enjoy talking to Julio. This came from Akira 697. Says, actually, federal law is worse. State rights are more free. My response to that is simply in terms of history. Listen, I enjoy talking to folks from all sides of the aisle, cultures, races, both genders, everything. I am 100% pro free speech. I don't block, ban, or censor anyone. But at the end of the day, I have to acknowledge I'm a person of color. It is what it is. I mean, I have grandparents that have talked to me, mom and dad. States' rights for people like me are horrible. So when you say that actually federal law is worse and states' rights grant people more freedom, there is none of that in America's past, in America's history for people like me. It's all awful. All of it. All of it. There is no state in terms of single states fighting to do better for African. It's all things to do bad stuff. Fighting to keep Jim Crow, or I'm fighting to keep slavery. It's all bad. So I am going to admit I'm very, very biased and hesitant when people say I want states' rights, just simply because the history of it in America has not been good for minorities. As I stated earlier, every time I've heard states' rights mentioned, it's always been a state seeking the right to limit somebody's freedom, not to grant. Only time I've heard states' rights beneficial in terms of freedoms is fighting for the Second Amendment. So the South, look, we want to make sure our citizens have a right to defend themselves. So, we want to make sure that this state remains a pro-gun state where it shall not be infringed. That's the only right where I've heard states fight for giving the citizens more freedoms. Every other time I hear the term states' rights, I don't want to be forced to bake a cake for somebody who's gay, or I don't want to be forced to let a Muslim do this, or let a black person do this, or let two people of the same sex marry each other. It's always been the right to limit people's freedoms. So I'm just not going to states' rights. It concerns me because the history of it is really bad. Looking in the comments, and by the way, Gen Xer says we can't outlaw the freedom to punch someone. No, you cannot. Wait, well, actually, no, that's not true. It isn't. It's outlawed now. If you punch somebody, you can be arrested for it. I get your sarcasm, though, but it's already outlawed. Separation of church and state and faith doesn't mean our leaders can't make decisions based on their values, whether those are Christian or not. Well, if you're going to make decisions based on your Christian values, it's disrespectful to the other religions. I mean, there's no other way around it. I mean, let's say, for instance, you had a Muslim politician that made decisions based on their Muslim values. Maybe they start charging huge taxes on pork or doing things to limit the amount of pork in the area. I think Christians would go apeshit over that. There's a lot, maybe they want women to cover up. There's a lot of things that the Muslims could do in favor of their religion. I don't favor doing things that are for your religion and imposing them on people that don't believe in your religion. That's when I think it gets out of hand, because you are now being disrespectful of other religions. Fact is, before I go back to the box, I do believe forcing Christianity in schools, shoving it down the throats of kids, that's a phrase a lot of folks on the right often talk about. You're shoving DEI or CRT down our children's throats. All of a sudden, once you started shoving Christianity down the kids' throats, they didn't have a problem with things being shoved on the kids anymore. But what I do believe that's going to end up doing is causing children to hate religion. I think that once people have been free, it is harder to take it away from them. And there's a lot of people that know that this is being forced on them. And also, too, the children of today are not the children of 100 years ago. They're more smarter, so they know a lot of the biblical stories either don't make sense. Some of them are talking about anal sex like Sodom and Gomorrah. I guess you want kids discussing anal sex in schools now? All of this stuff. The children of yesteryear wouldn't have asked all of these complex questions. They're going to be asking this stuff now. You don't want children talking about sexuality in schools, but you're okay with Sodom and Gomorrah being in there? What's the difference? Thou shalt not commit adultery? What's the difference? So at the end of the day, and as I say, this is a free speech program, so some of you folks may disagree, and feel free to state so in the comments without any concern of being blocked, banned, or censored. My humble opinion, it never was about being against shoving shit down kids' throats or preaching sexuality in schools. It was an anti-LGBT play from day one. That's all it was. I'm fine with things being shoved down our children's throat as long as I agree with it. It's just I don't like what these people stand for, and I don't want anything about my child to be around them. That's all it was. That's all it was. And this is start with this favoring the 10 Commandments in schools and favoring the Bible in schools is becoming more and more clear that, yeah, you can shove things down my kid's throat as long as I agree with it. I just wasn't really down with that LGBT shit, so I used the shoving down the throat theory to push against it. I wasn't down with that DEI or CRT stuff, so I used the shoving down the throat theory. But you can shove things down their throat I agree with, and I think we're there now. Going back to the box, appreciate you folks tapping the screen. The one and only friend of the program, Snuggles. Good afternoon, or better yet, good evening, Snuggles.
Hey,
what's
how
up,
doing, brother? How you doing?
I'm doing good.
I was writing notes of your show, so I got notes for you. So
What do I get wrong? Tell me what I get wrong.
Okay, so we for the BLM protest, we got the Kamala MN Freedom Fund. All right, she tweeted out, if you're able to, chip in now to the MN, that's the Minnesota Freedom Fund, to help post bail for those protesting on the ground in Minnesota. Okay. Now, if Donald Trump had a tweet out to get our protesters, January 6th protesters, out of jail, what would that be? What would that be if we had a similar tweet like that? You don't think doing a song with him is no different? I mean, he's actually done a song with him. Trump has said nothing negative about the January 6th violence. Okay, well, there were violence in that protest, and Kamala Harris became vice president of the United States. She incited violence. She wants people to protest more. How did she incite violence? They go back. They go back out and protest. Wait a minute. You said about Kamala Harris saying go out and protest. That's inciting violence? Go to the Capitol. Let me help you bail you out. You're protesting. You're burning things down. 250 Capitols burned down. 2,037 cops were assaulted. Hey, there was some violence going on, and they're being bailed out. What's the difference? So if Kamala says go and protest, and the people turn out to do violence, because she didn't say go and burn stuff down, she said go and protest. So if you're going to hold her accountable, then it means Trump is held accountable too. Absolutely. All right. What's your next point? And he was held accountable. He's going to court. He's got Florida, Florida case out there for all these cases. All right. Trouble. All right. So what's your next point? The next one. Leave Biden in. Leave Biden in. Don't let him go. Leave Biden in, because this just Biden is exposed because of his dementia like abilities. Because he had this in 2020. So I believe that he this can expose him for 2020.
So you believe Biden you believe he had dementia in the 2020 election as well?
Absolutely. If you watch some of the things that he does, he was confused just as he's confused today.
So then I have to ask you, if Biden had dementia 4 years ago, how does it look that he beat Trump?
He didn't. Well, he didn't. Really.
Based on what? Based on what?
Well, I don't want to talk about it because I get in trouble.
Why? Okay, let's go with that. But why is it that no one in your party of any significance believes that Trump won?
Because there's certain. We'll talk about that.
The whole party, just about 99% of the Republicans in power say Trump lost. They're all making it up.
Right. Well, that remains to be seen. But let me just go on to this here, please.
Keep going.
Okay, you remember that audio tape, right? The audio tape and the transcripts for the interview of Prosecutor Herr.
Yes.
And Biden.
Yes.
They wouldn't release it. Well, this is why Biden. This is what exposed Biden, because they won't release they said the transcripts are there. The audio, we don't have to show you. But this debate shows you what might be on that audio video that Garland will not release.
Let me respond to that, because you're right. Herr stated that the only reason they're not prosecuting Biden because he's a feeble old man and can't even remember key details. Notice how the Republicans are going after Biden for being criminally involved, even though he has dementia. They're not talking about Herr should resign, Herr is a traitor to the country or anything because Trump appointed him. If Herr was a liberal appointee, they would be all over his ass. But because Herr
wasn't confirmed by the Senate to be a special prosecutor.
He was appointed by Trump. He was appointed by Trump.
By Trump, right?
Yes.
But Biden's the president now.
Doesn't matter. If Herr was a liberal appointee, I don't care if he was appointed by Obama, they would be all over that guy.
So I got you there, but Biden showed his what he would be like in an interview, and he shared classified information with a ghostwriter and profited $8 million off of that. Sharing classified information with a ghostwriter is a crime. Okay. That's a felony. Period.
I hear your point. I'm not. Keep going. I won't disagree with you. What else you got?
All right. Let me see here. I think that's all I got from my notes. Oh, by the way, Christianity in school is fine, because if you can have drag queens there, you could definitely have the 10 Commandments there.
So from now on, so you are okay then with all schools having drag queens?
Well, I mean,
I'm asking you.
I don't find it okay to have that, but I do find it okay to have Christianity.
Why the difference? Why such a difference?
Because how do we get here?
What do you mean? How did we get here? Killing off the Native Americans and enslaving blacks?
Well, you know what? Listen. We can go to religion here, but when we die, I'm not going to be there at your hospital bed. Nobody's going to be there around you, but you and God, right? You and God.
Assuming I believe in God. What is your point?
You believe it.
Right.
Well, when you face that last breath, Snuggles can't save you, bro. God can. All right? It's your little. Everybody has to come into faith very quickly. When you hurt yourself, what do you yell out when you hurt yourself?
Oh, Allah. Oh, Jehovah.
Give me a break. Everybody yells out God.
Well, yeah, usually when I'm having an orgasm, I do call for God, but I don't think he's going to answer on that shit. So, I don't get it.
Well, back to the classified information. U.S. Code 18 U.S. Code 798, disclosure of classified information is against the law. You cannot share classified information. Let me get this. You cannot share classified information to an unauthorized person, which was the ghostwriter. There was no charges. There's no nothing. They're not going forward because of his dimension-like type thing. They just proved to us the audio thing at this Biden debate. That's why he's exposed. That's why the government is in trouble. That's why the news media is flipping around, because they keep holding in the lies of Biden's activities, both criminal and dementia-wise. I think that they're hiding it. I think that the Democratic Party's in the pockets of the DOJ.
You said to a ghostwriter.
Forrest Whitaker program where he has the police in its pocket. You know, the criminal Forrest Whitaker, he plays in a mob type program. It's really good. But all these mobster movies have the government in their pockets, the FBI, the CIA, the police, and everything. I feel that the crimes that have been put against Biden has been exposed a little bit here in this debate because of his dementia and all that. They're covering him up, and I think they are exposed. And the news media doesn't know what to do about it.
No.
And they want to get rid of him.
Well,
Bumpy Johnson.
Who wants to get rid of him?
Their own party now, because they're exposed, and the news media, they're going to push to get him out of there because the media doesn't match the narrative now. They expose your whole party has gone down. Donald Trump has won this period.
Well, you also believe Donald Trump won the last one too, so I don't know if I agree with you.
You obviously know he won this debate. Did you see Jill at the end?
You believe Trump won the last election.
Come on, Jill Biden said, "You in front of America, you did it. You answered all the questions, Biden. You did it," and everybody's clapping. Give me a break. Oh, Biden's a great guy. Oh, give me a break, Democrats. I'm not going to argue with that. Biden sucked at the debate, but I will tell you this: it ain't like Biden sucked and Trump looked like some kind of knight in shining armor. Trump only won because Biden sucked so damn bad. Trump was lying his ass off. No.
Yeah.
He did exactly what he did. There was world peace. We had a great time.
18 million illegals. That's not true by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh my God! If you don't believe that, bro, there's some serious things going on with that.
After birth abortions, January 6th is Nancy Pelosi's fault.
In Virginia, the governor there signed for after birth abortions.
It ain't.
Take a look at that. That's nasty.
Yeah, January 6th was Nancy Pelosi's fault. These are things he said at
She was in the car. She got a hot mic on her. She was in the car taking responsibility for not having the National Guard there. Did you see that little clip?
Snuggles.
She was in the car talking about not having the National Guard there.
Snuggles, I'm going to say what I always say.
Yeah.
Until I see evidence that there was a reason to protest stopping the steal to begin with, it shouldn't have never happened. I don't want to hear that she didn't provide enough security. I need him to prove that there was a reason he called all them people there to begin with.
Is it against the law to protest an election?
No.
Is it against the law to protest free Palestine?
No.
Right. There's damage at every protest. BLM. Is it against the law to protest Floyd?
No. Let me ask you this. Hold on. Imagine you mentioned BLM. Imagine let's say Black Lives Matter wanted to throw a protest to protest the killing of George Floyd. You think they would be able to get on the phone and demand the National Guard provide security?
Actually, Donald Trump offered National Guard in each of those.
That ain't what I asked you. That was Trump's protest. Tell me another group. Hold on. That was Trump's protest. Wait,
hold on. That's up to the states, okay? Because the governors and mayors can only have the National Guard there. Trump offered up the National Guard.
You didn't hear what I said. You interrupted.
That's not Trump's protest. No, wait. No, that's not Trump's protest.
Who protest was it? Who protest was it?
George Floyd. That was just
who protest? Who was the group that threw the protest on January 6th? Whose protest was that?
I thought you were talking about BLM.
I'm talking about January 6th.
January 6th. That was just a protest. That was a protest.
Nobody organized it. It just formed organically.
No. It was a permit. There was a permit. Everything.
Whose protest was it?
It was a protest.
Who protest was it? You pointing out Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, you're right. Donald Trump. Right. But what I'm telling you is that each protest, whether it's BLM, Donald Trump, Palestinians, there was violence at each event.
Right,
and you guys are
here's the point.
One over the other.
Here's the point I'm making. If I throw a protest and the protest gets wild, I don't get to blame somebody for not providing proper security. Trump threw a protest. Hold on, you're interrupting me. Trump threw a protest, and the people that came to his protest got wild, and he's going to blame folks for not securing it properly. You think Black Lives Matter could do that? We would have been okay if you had gave us security. You can't do that.
if the 10 to 20,000 troops were there prior, which was authorized prior to the January 6th event, nothing would have happened that day. Now listen, bro, seriously, this was a setup. I'm telling you, the Mayor Blauser denied those 10 to 20,000 protesters. Said we don't need them. Serious, you got to listen to the congressional hearings, bro.
I'm hearing everything you're saying.
This wasn't a news report, bro. There's are many congressional hearings about this, many court cases on this.
None of that takes away from what I'm saying. You don't get to throw a protest and demand security be provided. That's what he did. You don't. No other person could go out and throw a Palestinian protest or Black Lives Matter and demand the National Guard be there. You don't get to do that.
Donald Trump demanded National Guard for all the protests across this country and for this.
You don't get the right to do that. You can't.
He offered it. He offered it to the cities, and every governor and mayor, including January 6th, denied his National Guard.
They have a right to do that, Snuggles.
They considered it bullying.
They have a right to. Snuggles, if I threw a protest to protest police brutality, the government has a right to turn down the National Guard I'm requesting. They have a right to do that.
Then that's what happens. When you deny it, that's what happens. Cities burn down. There's non-control. They knew exactly what was going to happen on January 6th. They knew it. They had warnings about it.
That's insane.
But Donald Trump offered up the 10 to 20,000 troops, and the mayor denied it. Just like the governors and mayors across the United States denied it. And look what happened. It's the faults of the governors and mayors and who Donald Trump asked them. Donald Trump said the only person that accepted it was Minnesota and Wisconsin, and it was cleared up in 20 minutes or less. Period.
Listen.
The fault's on the governors, bro.
Even though I disagree with you, I'm not even arguing that point. My point remains simple. You don't get to throw a gathering and blame me for not securing your people. You invited violent people, and I'm the one that gets blamed because I didn't provide security.
Okay, let me just tell you this. There's 500 plus rallies, 500 plus Trump rallies. 0 incidences, 0 cops being assaulted, 0 buildings being burned down.
That ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about. That ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about.
I don't care. 500 plus rallies, right? 500 plus. Nobody covering their face. Have you go to one of them? There's no Proud Boys and no white supremacists. Otherwise, the news media would be at each of the 500 rallies pointing them out.
That ain't got nothing. That ain't got nothing to do with
story at a Nancy Pelosi event that blew up in their own faces.
That ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about. I hear your point.
No, they are exposed, bro. This Democratic Party is criminal. Period. They proved it, bro.
All right.
Serious.
We can agree to disagree as usual, but the idea that you had a rally and the rally turned out to be violent, you're going to blame people. You didn't provide security, so it's your fault.
Right. Just like BLM. They supplied the people, the bricks, the frozen bottled waters, and that's what was brought there, and they ignored Donald Trump that offered up the National Guard.
All right,
that's what happened.
Okay.
We had the same violence across this place, and I'd like you to acknowledge that we had the same violence across America that we did at January 6th.
You know the crazy thing is I don't hear nobody from Black Lives Matter complaining that proper security wasn't provided.
They did what they did. 250 plus Capitol federal buildings.
Ain't nobody. Well, let me ask you something. If what Black Lives Matter done was so bad and they didn't get all of that shit happened during Trump's term. Why didn't he do anything about it?
Offer the National Guard. He said, "I can."
No, why didn't he prosecute people?
Well, you can ask Kamala Harris because she was in charge of that MN fund.
Kamala Harris wasn't even VP when the Summer of Love and she wasn't in power. She was not in power.
Doesn't matter. She tweeted out and said, "We will bail you out."
I'm asking you though. All of this happened during Trump's term. There hasn't been a lot of riots under Biden. Why didn't Trump do anything about it?
Trump offered. Listen, Trump. I don't know if you're hearing me. Trump offered the National Guard. He said we can clear that out in 20 minutes or less. Okay. They said no. The governors and mayor. Please look it up, bro. They said no because you're a bully. They hate Trump. You guys all know that you hate Trump. You build up the wall. No, we don't need the wall. And look what happens. We get 18 million. Stop these protests. No, Donald Trump, we don't need your troops. You're a bully. We don't need your troops. Everything burns down. No control. Portland gets taken over. The whole city gets taken over, and it's a summer of love. Give me a break. Donald Trump offered those National Guard there.
All right,
to protect the American people.
All right.
You know it. I know it.
Yeah, I don't.
And we can. Red T-shirt on underneath there. It says "I love Trump." Take the T-shirt off. I bet it says "I love Trump" under there.
I'm too fat to be a Chippendales. I ain't going shirtless. I gotta move it on, Snuggles. We don't agree on shit, but I always enjoy talking to you.
All right, I love you, bro. And you know it says "I love Trump" under there. Take care, bro.
Get the fuck out of here. Talk to you later, man. Good talk. Good talk. I always enjoy.
Bye,
By the way, Snuggles does lives as well. Sometimes you'll find me tuned in and actually speaking in some of his events. Snuggles is MAGA. Nothing wrong with that. We can agree to disagree. That's how the program is ran. But yeah, sometimes you'll find me over there. But yeah, I do have an issue with that. It comes up routinely with other callers other than just Snuggles, is that the whole blame of what happened on January 6th is being put on Nancy Pelosi because she didn't provide the National Guard. I have a problem with it from a few different angles. First of all, like I said, if you host an event and the people turn violent, blaming the lack of security, I mean, these are your people. That's the first thing that I do have an issue with. But also, there is audio because it came out during the January 6th hearings. I know a lot of my beloved MAGA don't take the January 6th hearings with any credibility, but when Trump's people through that protest on January 6th, they were expressly told, you're okay where you're having it, but the Capitol building is closed and off limits. It's on audio. And they confirmed that they would not go to the Capitol building. They didn't know when Trump did that was 100% improv. When Trump said we're going to go to the Capitol, that was 100% improv. But there is audio, and I believe this is what Jack Smith intends to produce at his trial that is never going to happen, but there's audio of them telling them the Capitol building is closed. I mean, think about it. The entire Senate, the entire Congress, and the VP is all in this one building at one time. That's about as sensitive of a target as you can have. If you take out that building, you have literally cut off the head of the American government, with the exception of Trump. Then Trump has Trump becomes Superman, because then he gets to a point and do all kinds of stuff. But that is what they were told. This building is closed. And Trump sent those folks to the building. Now, he did say go peacefully, whatever the case may be. But if you listen to the audio, he was never supposed to tell them to go there at all. Now, according to Trump and those who support Trump, Nancy Pelosi was supposed to provide the National Guard. And I suppose it would have been the National Guard's job to follow the crowd 2 miles away where the Capitol. I don't know how that works. You throw a block party and you hire security. If the block party starts moving to another block somewhere else, is the security's job to follow them? Because they've been told ahead of time these people don't have a right to be at the Capitol building. The idea that this is only Nancy Pelosi's fault is kind of baffling to me. I mean, I just, even if she was supposed to provide security, even if we go by that theory, my whole pushback is Trump, let's say Trump asked Nancy Pelosi to provide security. Let's say she actually was supposed to do it. I know the January 6th hearing say it wasn't her job, but let's say Nancy Pelosi dropped the ball and she was actually supposed to provide security. The day this happened, talking about January 6th, you had Don Jr., Rudolph Giuliani, they all gave speeches. Steve Bannon, who's supposed to report to jail tomorrow, Steve Bannon spoke. I think Flynn spoke. Obviously, Donald Trump got up there and spoke for about 90 minutes. So we had a few hours of them speaking in front of this crowd, knowing the whole time that the security they requested was not there. There's no denying. They know we requested security and it is not here. Why would you send the crowd to the Capitol building? Even if Nancy Pelosi dropped the ball, why would you then send that unsecured crowd where nobody's been patted down, nobody's been searched? It could be Antifa, it could be Ray Epps and the FBI in there, it could be Black Lives Matter in there. Why would you then send this crowd of complete unknowns to the Capitol building? No responsibility at all for doing that. It's just all Nancy Pelosi's fault. She didn't provide security, but he gets no blame or accountability for not recognizing that security was not there and taking some kind of evasive action. Don't worry about it. We'll just blame it on Nancy. Send him to the Capitol building. If he goes peacefully, that's cool. If not, we'll blame it on Nancy. It's insane. I mean, you know, and I see in the comments, that girl said that's her job. Fine. But you know she hasn't done her job. If you go to your place of employment and you don't do your job, does your employer just ignore that and keep going on as usual? It becomes your job now to step in and do something after recognizing she has not done her job. You don't just continue on. You know security is not here. You just continue on as normal, huh? That doesn't make sense to me. I'm just going to say that doesn't make sense to me. Look at it in the comments. 13% of Trump supporters are 50% of the domestic terrorism in America. Damn. I don't know if I believe that. 15% or 13% of Trump supporters represent 50% of the domestic terrorism in America. I'm going to say I disagree. I think that we're redefining what domestic terror is so that Trump supporters fit through the opening. I'm from the south side of Chicago. There's a lot of violence. I mean, look, some of that shit could be considered as terrorism as well. I mean, if you snitch, you know, maybe some blocks, they don't want you coming down. I mean, I think we're kind of, that's my opinion. I know a lot of folks may disagree with that, but that's my opinion. Trump could have stopped the violence with one phone call. True, but the idea that knowing Nancy Pelosi did not provide security, and it still leaves Trump to do whatever he wanted is insane to me. That is insane to me. You know the security. That's like having a husband. The wife is at work already. The husband is waiting until the babysitter gets there before he goes to work. The babysitter does a no call, no show. And the husband just goes to work too. And when the wife comes home and finds the kids there alone and goes off, well, the babysitter didn't do her job. But you knew that before you left. Don't the husband get some blame in that at all? No, it's the babysitter's fault. She was supposed to show up. It's insane. You knew that security was not there. That you just did what you were going to do anyway. Okay. All right, going back to the box. To me, that's humorous. We'll continue on with, what does that say? Body on Me Boutique. Okay. All right. Black job. I don't know what black jobs mean. I don't know what black, and Tim is for Biden. That's not necessarily true there. Zesmer or something. The box is playing games, but I do see someone agrees with me. Look, you don't have to. Lonzo Saunders, I appreciate it, says you are correct. It's insane to me that the idea is that, okay, you know security is not there, and it's okay to continue on with an event that you knew ahead of time needed to be secure, even though the security is not there. You're the one that thought ahead of time. All of my people are coming here. Maybe we need to have a National Guard. You know the National Guard is not there. And it's okay for you to ignore the lack of security that you thought in the beginning was necessary. And send them to the Capitol building. Man, go have your steak birthday dinner. You earned it. Gen X, thank you. I will in a second. I enjoy talking to the folks. You know how it works. Looking good, boss. Trump 2024 LFG. What does LFG means? No censorship. You know how it works. By the way, smash that like button on TikTok. Get the likes up to about 140K. Appreciate your participation. Same on YouTube. This is uncensored dialogue. You're not gonna agree with every damn thing you hear. That's how it runs. I don't agree with every damn thing that comes to me. That's how free speech runs. If you favor dialogue or social media where everybody is speaking in a manner that you agree with, unfortunately, this is not the place. DJ Julio, thank you for the hat and mustache. We believe in free speech. So you're gonna hear comments that are left of Bernie Sanders from having dinner with QAnon. We do believe in free speech. Going back to the box, we'll continue the program on with Makara good evening. Welcome to the program. Meatball, do you watch MSNBC and just swallow everything the mainstream media pumps down your throat? Ugh. McCara, good evening.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. What am I getting wrong on this shit?
What do you mean getting wrong, bro?
Okay, just in regards to January 6th, for instance, Nancy Pelosi, folks would suggest it was her job to provide security. There's no denying Trump knew that security was not there. Should he have to do anything once he realizes there's no security?
Well, I'm one of these guys that likes to watch the YouTube, like Senate and Congress. Well, I guess the Congress committees having trials and having I don't know, what do you call them? Whenever they bring in someone to testify on what happened that day.
Right.
And it sure did seem like maybe it could have been maybe Nancy Pelosi's fault because she was in charge of the White House security there, and she knew ahead of time there was going to be a protest.
I'm getting that, but you're not answering the question. Okay, let's say Nancy Pelosi, it was her job to provide security. She completely dropped the ball. Trump knows 100% is certain she dropped the ball. Should he just continue on as normal?
Oh man, well. What do you do if you say, hey, you got to be here at a certain time, and it's that kind of thing? You got 1,000 people showing up. Are those 1,000 people just going to say, okay, well, we're not going to go? Let me tell you something, handsome. We actually had a guy here that worked here is actually in jail for the January 6th thing, and I live in Texas. So people were traveling from everywhere. You don't think they're just not going to go because?
No, I believe they're going to go, but here's the answer to that. I often say this all the time. If you are an MC or a producer and you throw a party and a DJ doesn't show up, you don't throw the party knowing the guests are going to be pissed off that there's no DJ there. What Trump should have done once he confirmed that Nancy Pelosi was going to throw him under the bus, do your best to try to break this up as soon as possible. And there's no damn way in hell you send the people to the Capitol building. You know there's no security. Why would you send them to an alternate location where there are even more sensitive targets there?
Well, did you see the video of the who's the guy with the big buffalo head thing on there? Supposedly he got a free tour of that.
Yeah, but that still doesn't answer the question. You felt this was You felt this was dangerous enough that it needed security. Security's not there. Do you just ignore that?
Do you ignore that? But I mean, like I said earlier, how do you stop people from? Here's a party. Does the DJ, does the guy the MC throwing the party say, hey, the DJ's not going to be here? Does he phone everybody telling them, hey, we're not going to be here? There's not going to be a DJ. You think Trump could have just stopped it the day before?
No, he could have gave his speeches after him, Bannon, Flynn, all of these folks spoke. Okay, that's the end. Just like when he's at a rally. At the end of the rally, everybody goes home. He don't send you to an alternative location. When he was speaking, there was no rioting going on. They were obviously calling for the death of Pence, but they were all behaving. Once he was done, just like at the rallies they go to, he could have dispersed everybody. He chose to send them to the Capitol building.
You know, man, it's kind of like, do you think? Oh man, I don't want to disagree with you. And
you can disagree, man. I don't mind that.
I don't know what the right answer would be. Would it be say don't go to the Capitol and don't protest? And the situation around that was the election, right? The situation around that was the election. So I don't know what you do. I mean, what would you do? I mean, I don't know if you have a bunch of people that depended on your election and they're there for a protest or a riot. I don't think Trump's stopping them. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, and I agree with you. If they're going to riot, they're going to riot. But what I'm saying is you do what you normally do when you see the crowd is unsecure. You don't send them to another location. I don't see why you would request security not be granted, and then you send those people to the Capitol building. That doesn't make sense to me. What do you think's going to happen when they get there?
Yeah, you know what, man? I mean, I can see your point, but at the same time, like, this is he? Oh my gosh! You know, like it's almost like somebody. To me, it almost seems like like it was kind of set up. You know, like maybe by both sides. He sure would have made it if it was a setup. He sure made it easy to do that. I mean, his actions are terrible that day. Why? You know, security's not here, and you guys have been speaking for hours. Like I said, there were a host of speakers before Trump. Mm-hmm. These people would have easily
began breaking up, or Trump himself, knowing that security's not there, could have made some kind of arrangements with the folks in the Capitol building. Okay, look, I got a large crowd here. Since Nancy Pelosi is not providing security, I advise you guys to do whatever you got to do to wrap it up there because these people are angry or whatever. He didn't do any of that. He actually sent them to the building where the people were at.
Yeah, like I'm kind of like stuck on this one because like I don't know the right answer for either way. I don't know the right answer. Should he say no to these people that are there and don't riot, or hey, there's no security here, wrap it up? What do you do? What do you do in that situation?
Well,
I don't think I even know
what I would have done is exactly what I said. I just told you before. Trump has thrown hundreds of rallies, and I've been to a couple of Trump rallies. There are several key speakers that speak before Trump gets there, and then Trump speaks, and we go home. That's what could have happened at that day. After he spoke, then people go home. You don't send them to another location, and then tell them you're going to be there with them too.
How many of those rallies that you were at were violent?
None of them, because he ended it. He didn't say let's go somewhere else after this.
But he did. Remember, he was getting interviewed by a woman, and she's saying the exact same you did. You sent him over there to be violent, and all that. And he pulled out a piece of paper, and he said, "Go up there and be peaceful and protest and be peaceful and all that stuff." I don't know where he's at fault for that. For going to the Capitol. Anybody can go to the Capitol and do what they did.
Yeah, because
it just turned violent. Yeah, a lot of people thought it was a setup.
Well, here's the problem, Akira. When we talk about January 6th, we point out Trump saying go peacefully, which is true. We ignore all of his opening speakers that were, take America back by force. Or what did he say? Let's have trial by combat. The people who spoke before Trump, that were invited there with Trump, there was nothing peaceful about their statements. Trump is the only one that said go peacefully. All of the rest of them, Giuliani and Bannon, they were speaking from a term of violence.
Which we've heard from the Democrats. I don't want to do a whataboutism and all this, but I really didn't know that what happened before January 6th, that those speakers were talking about violence and taking back the country forcefully and all that stuff. But if Trump said go there, go peacefully, we're trying to blame Trump on this. We're not trying to blame Giuliani.
You know why I think Trump's getting the blame? Because Trump's saying go peacefully. And I have to ask you this, what does he think he's God? You don't know who these people are. What makes you think they're going to all follow your command? It could be Black Lives Matter or Antifa in that crowd. You think they're going to listen to you? Why are you telling them to go peacefully and just thinking that that's all you need to say to a bunch of strangers? Does he think he's God?
Well, he said if he was hearing all this rhetoric about, okay, hey, you need to take the country back by force, and you need to storm the building, and we need to, fight for our freedom and all that stuff. Maybe he heard that, and he thought, hey, if I just tell these people to go peacefully and protest and do your thing, if you say peacefully, does that make it his fault? Because he's not telling you what those other speakers are telling you.
The issue I have is this.
So if they're not going to listen to him say, don't go or whatever, blah blah blah, but they're going to listen to him say, hey, go peacefully. I still can't figure out where he's to blame for that.
Well, you already know where I say he's to blame, and that is you have to recognize the security you provided is not there and do something. You don't continue on as normal when you thought ahead of time, I need to have this crowd secure. You know the crowd is not secure, and your response is, well, we're going to just continue on as normal. That doesn't make sense to me.
But I don't know, what leads up to all this, right? Let's say all these speakers talk what you said they were saying, take everything forcefully. Let's do this. Trump says go peacefully. What did we see? Okay, security needs to be there. Trump said, hey, I got a lot of protesters here. We need security. The Democrats say no, or Pelosi says no accordingly. I think it was I don't think Pelosi can call in the National Guard. I think it was Trump that could do that. She denied that. The White House security was there. I don't think she had enough White House security there, right? He just can't say, hey, you don't go there. He said go peacefully.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is Trump should have never told him to go to the Capitol building. You're right. Maybe they would have went there anyway. I get your point. But Trump himself, knowing that crowd was not secure, he personally should have not told them to go to the White House or to the Capitol building.
I guess, but I didn't see no past where Trump rallies or Trump, even let's say Trump faithful, were violent towards anybody before that.
They never,
like,
because
going to happen.
Because they've never had a rally where Nancy Pelosi was 2 miles away. It's different. The people you hate are in that building. Most of these rallies don't feature that.
And you know what? From what I've seen is like, I don't know if like Nancy Pelosi being 2 miles away has anything to do with that, because at the same time, I don't think from the past that you saw violence towards anybody on the Republican Party towards the Democrats. You know, that's the opposite for Democrats. Opposites. I've seen a lot of
but you got to look at the context of the day, McCara. I mean, it's just they believe the election was stolen from them. The other rallies, they don't have this same mindset. They believe their votes have just been discounted and stolen from them by the left. This is a whole different ball game than what they normally protest. Normally, they're at rallies hoping Trump will give us a better vision for America. This time, they believe democracy is under threat.
So, Handsome, have we ever had a situation in America like that? Like, even Democrats would say this is the first time that we've had someone go to the Capitol, try to rush the Capitol, open it, try to take it forcefully or anywhere. Like you say it happened, right? So how does a former president handle that? How does anybody handle
I've said it several times. The minute you know security is not there, you talk down the crowd. I mean, just like in his rallies, you get done speaking and you try to disperse the people. Now, if they go and act a fool anyway, at least you can say, I'm not the one that sent them to your house. I mean, I don't see the purpose of that. You know they're not here. By the way, even if Trump can't provide National Guard, he can bring more feds. He got all types he can bring. Trump could have called in security forces that he does have control of.
Yeah, but you know, man, let me just put it this way then. Like, you could have seen that coming from a mile away if you were a Democrat too.
Right.
Look, we don't have security there. We need to get more security here. Maybe Nancy Pelosi telling her daughter, like, hey, look, maybe I'm responsible for some of this. Maybe we're both responsible for some of this. Maybe this shouldn't have happened. You know, like I said, you know what? It's hard. The way you're saying it, I see your point. Like, you can just say, hey, look, we're not going there. There's no security. We got to secure the place. But, I mean, you're saying that Trump should have seen that from a mile away, but then you're not saying, like, maybe some of the Democrats or maybe someone, let me say other Republicans could have seen it from a mile away. Okay, this could be violent. This could be hurtful towards our country, but no one saw that.
I disagree with you. I think the moment Trump started saying the election was stolen without ample proof, even Republicans like Bill Barr, they were starting to already say this could be hurtful. The minute he started claiming that these liberals are stealing your votes and he didn't provide any evidence, I think he was already getting told that what you're saying could be dangerous.
But people before the rally already thought that, bro. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, because he told them. Everybody who believes the election was stolen, it started with Trump telling people the night of the election, I won.
Do I think, let me just put it this way. Do I think the election was stolen? I don't think the election was stolen, but let me tell you something. To me, it seemed kind of shady. You know, to me, it did a little bit. It wasn't a normal election.
Okay.
I'll say that. That's what I say. I won't say shady. It wasn't a normal election, right? So, I mean, it's easy to fall into that. Like, hey, maybe he shouldn't have said, hey, look, this is a stolen election. We need to take it back. All the blah, blah, blah. We need to fake electors, right? Supposedly that's what he did as well, right? So I don't, you know, like, man, like, it could have came from both sides. They were like, hey, this guy's out of control.
And I think you illustrate the issue is that even MAGA, even people who support Trump will say, look, some of this stuff looks shady, but even most MAGA are now openly admitting, I don't think Trump won by a landslide, which means Trump lied. Because that's what he's telling people, is he won by a landslide. Even a lot of his supporters are now saying, maybe he won by a little bit, maybe they stole it, maybe they were. But even most MAGA do not believe Trump won by a landslide.
Okay, Trump. I don't think Trump hasn't won anything by a landslide.
But that's what he's telling people.
Well, okay, he hasn't won anything by a landslide. But what I'm trying to say is, man, is like, the reason I think it's both. You're blaming Trump for his rhetoric, right? But
No, that's not rhetoric. That is an outright lie.
It's outright. Okay, you're blaming him for what he said.
Yeah.
Because if it's an outright lie, it's an outright lie. But what I'm saying is, do you think when we're going back to when the January 6th Capitol riot happened, do you think that the Democrats have no blame in that?
Blame how? For not providing security? What would the Democrats be at fault for?
Well, Nancy Pelosi clearly said she didn't provide enough security in that video You know, so that's her too. I mean,
Okay.
you're acting like, you know.
No, I said if you want to go, no, I don't believe that. But let's say if what you're saying is true, then Nancy Pelosi. I'm not going to blame the other Democratic members. I mean, does everybody else also have to provide security?
I mean, but you're looking at it. You're looking at it like, hey, the way I see it is like, hey, if President Trump just say, hey, everybody shouldn't go over here. I don't have security over here. Okay, a president doesn't say this. This guy's out of control. There should be someone over there going, hey, President Trump's out of control. There's no security here. We need to keep those people from coming. We need more security. We need to explain to someone that, hey, it needs to be here.
Should any of them people be Republican or only Democrats?
What are you saying?
You're saying it was the Democrats' job to secure Trump's rally.
Well, man, like I said, they had no past of violence. So, like, them being there for me, I wouldn't have told them not to go. You know, I would have said go peacefully. I would have told them not to go. I mean, you're like saying someone worked them up into a frenzy. I think this is going to happen regardless.
I don't think any of this would have happened if Trump hadn't told people that, listen, you are showing up to help me because your vote was not counted and the Democrats stole your vote. You were showing up to help me stop them from stop the steal. You're helping me stop them from steal. It's all fabricated. It was made up. The Democrats didn't steal the election from them.
I know they didn't steal the election, and we keep on going back and forth because I keep.
But that's why this happened. Without Trump saying the election was stolen, January 6th does not happen.
And then you said it was because of all the speeches beforehand, working up the crowd and everything. And then at the end, Donald Trump said, "Hey, go protest peacefully."
Yeah, but what I'm simply saying is this: the only reason they were there on January 6th is to help Trump stop the steal, which you are admitting didn't happen.
Stop the steal.
Yeah, that was the purpose of January 6th, is to stop the liberals from stealing the election from Trump. You're admitting that didn't even happen.
Well, I think what I was trying to say was the security wasn't there. You're telling me it was there, but what I'm trying to say is like there was no past of violence before that.
I get all of that. I get all of that part, but what I'm saying is the whole purpose.
Even everybody at the White House, the security wasn't even enough at the White House at the time. So where's the where do you see where this was going to turn violent, where people were going to start breaking windows, someone was going to get shot? One cop died of a stroke or something. I'm just saying, like they went up there.
Wait, Makira, you got folks that are literally chanting to hang Mike Pence, and they actually have a gallows, and then you send them to the building where he's located. Is it not wrong to predict that something bad may happen?
He said go peacefully, right?
But you asked me, why would I think violence would happen? And I also asked you, do you think Trump is a god or something? He can just say go peacefully and everybody just all of a sudden calm down. They're actually yelling that they want to kill a vice president. And all he has to say is go peacefully, and suddenly it's all gone?
So you're telling me if Trump doesn't say go peacefully and he says, hey, don't go at all, stop it right there, you don't think they're not going to show up?
See, this is where we get into the gray area. All I'm saying is this, what I've been saying to you from day one. Without Trump saying the election was stolen, that whole day does not happen.
But you know what? Like I said before, I don't even think like Trump said it. Don't get me wrong. Trump probably confirmed. Like, how do you say? He reinforced everybody's feelings towards that election. Like, people were already saying, hey, this isn't right. Something's not right. There were people.
But there is a big difference between something's not right and I won by a landslide. He's not saying it. He's not saying there was something not right. He's saying he won.
I said Trump reinforced those emotions. That's what he did wrong. He shouldn't. Maybe he shouldn't have said that. You know, maybe he should have said, we need to look into this a little bit more. Maybe this was stolen. But the way he said it, there's a good Trump and there's a bad Trump. You know the bad Trump. The bad Trump is he says what he wants to say, and it gets him in trouble. That's probably why he
is still to this day not only saying he won by a landslide, but also speaking favorably of what happened on January 6th. If you listen to Trump, the only thing bad happened on January 6th is Nancy Pelosi not providing security and people got arrested. Trump says it was a good day. Do you agree with that?
Was it, well, a good day? Like, I don't know, like, what he means by that, right? Like, I mean, I don't know if I agree. Like I said before,
you don't know if it was a good day or a bad day. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, it was a bad day because people got hurt and our capital got trespassed, or was it trespassed? I'm not even sure.
So why is he saying it was a good day?
Well, he probably said it was a good day because they were all together and they were all there, and like a bunch of Republicans were there, and they showed.
You had somebody representing MAGA actually get shot to death. But it's a good day because we were all there together when she got shot.
Yeah, but you know what? Like it's like there, like he's one speaker, and all these people are here for them. Maybe that's a good day for someone. So
hundreds of people ended up getting hunted down and thrown in prison. One person is dead. Many people have lost their job, and somehow you look at all of this and say, that was an actual good day.
That's what he said, bro. I'm trying to tell you what he's saying.
Right. And to you, what he said, does it make sense?
Like I said, man, there's good Trump and there's bad Trump. The way he went about it probably wasn't the way I would.
Probably.
But I don't think. But the way I see it, bro, is I definitely wouldn't have the foresight to say, "Hey, look, don't go to this building. We don't have enough security." Where I'm going backwards a little bit and saying, "Hey," he said, "Go there, go peacefully." Wait a minute, I don't have security there. I don't think anybody thinks that way.
The crowd ain't been patted down. I got to move it on, McCurry. It's always a good talk, but I'm just simply saying, you don't know who this crowd is. And you think somehow saying go peacefully is going to matter to a bunch of strangers that you don't even know.
Well, like I said, they were there for him. I know that. He said go peacefully.
All right.
I mean, that's kind of like, you go there, there's no history of violence in any of his rallies.
Yeah, but you're saying there's no history of violence in his rallies, assuming that everybody that is there going to the Capitol building are people from his rallies. As Trump is saying that they're Antifa, they're Black Lives Matter. You guys certainly see violence in them. You don't know who these people are. So why are you bringing up that where there hasn't been violence? You don't even know if these are your people.
Well, they're there for your protest. What are you supposed to think? They're there for your rally. What are you supposed to think?
Okay. All right.
Hey, man. Hey, I want to apologize for one thing before I go. The whole states' right thing. I know there's a whole bad pass on the states' right thing.
True.
You said it. I said it. I just wanted to come in and apologize.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. My skin is thicker than an alligator, man. You can say any damn thing, man. I do appreciate you coming on, though. You're always welcome back, man.
Okay, thanks, man.
Anytime. You too.
Right,
anytime. Looking in the comments, though, I got hammered on my YouTube side of the house. Do appreciate you folks that are in the YouTube side of the house, because all of you folks are like, you can get the hell out of here with this Trump is responsible bullshit. It's all Nancy's fault. I see you folks in the comments. I wanted to respond to some of you folks. What is this? Says Axe Black says you can't make us forget January 6th. No, but there have certainly been people that have tried. With that logic, then you don't need National Guard. You can't have it both ways. You guys understand my point on it, whether you agree or not. My point is, if you know the security you need is not there, it's your job to then do something. You don't continue on as normal if you thought that this event may be chaotic enough that you need security. I just don't see that. No evidence of a fraudulent election provided. I wonder if that means anything. Well, and that was what I got hammered on when I said that. Because a few people on my YouTube side were so pissed off. I'm leaving. I'm gone. Look, you're going to hear comments you like, comments you don't like. That's what free speech is about. But I stand by my original statement. Up till now, Trump and Trump supporters or Trump's administration has not provided solid evidence that he won by a landslide. It's just not there. You've seen all sorts of, well, this didn't look right, or we got, we found out a few illegal immigrants voted or something like that. But I could cheat on the election in November. I could cheat for the Democrats. Just because I cheated, though, don't mean the Republicans won. Let's say Biden wins the next election. He may lose, but let's say Biden wins the next election by 2 million votes. If I cheat in favor of Biden, well, now he only won by 1,999,999. But he still won. So pointing out Democratic fraud doesn't equate to a Republican victory. And that's what happened in the 2020 election. I found dead people voted, so that means Trump won. I found out some illegal immigrants voted, so that means Trump. No, fraud don't mean you won. Fraud means fraud took place. And I think Trump would have been far better off if he had pointed out the fraud and demanded the election be reinvestigated or something like that. But I strongly believe you lose all credibility when you point out fraud and then jump up and say, well, that means I won. No, you don't get to jump that far ahead. And by the way, Trump was claiming he won on election night. There's a ticker below Trump showing the votes in Pennsylvania are at 20%. And he's already on, because Chris Christie was analyzing the election, and this was when Trump and Christie were still friends. Chris Christie was on This Week with George Stephanopoulos, or doing the election coverage with George Stephanopoulos of ABC, and he even said, why is he saying he won right now? Most of these states are not even at 50%. Why is he on television already saying he won by a landslide? He was already doing it. So even if you want to point out Democrats doing this or doing that, I'm going to say Trump sowed the seed of doubt by already saying a bunch of stuff that was not valid before the election took place. You're already claiming you won? And I point out all the time that Biden was winning in North Carolina. Right up until Trump won North Carolina. Biden didn't win North Carolina. But coming up to election day, Biden was in the lead, and eventually Trump won that state. But when Biden was in the lead in North Carolina, Trump was on televisions and at rallies saying that there was widespread cheating in North Carolina. The moment Trump won North Carolina and got their electoral college votes, he never mentioned the cheating again. Which makes it clear he's okay with cheating as long as he wins. Like, okay, if you believe there was cheating in this state, why aren't you calling for an investigation? Maybe you won by fraud. Didn't seem to be concerned with that. So this is where I had the issue, and I talked about this in regards to 2000 Mules as well, because 2000 Mules and I watched 2000 Mules 6 times. So I'm quite familiar with 2000 Mules, Dinesh D'Souza. The same thing happened. When they were trying to show that the Democrats cheated in the 2020 election, Dinesh D'Souza, he went to Arizona, he went to Phoenix. He went to Michigan, he went to Detroit. He went to Wisconsin, he went to Milwaukee. He went to Georgia, he went to Atlanta. All of the areas they did investigations on was in Democratic areas. What's happening in Savannah, Georgia? Any idea what's happening in La Crosse, Wisconsin, or some of these red? No, we're not even looking there. If the cops only do patrols in your neighborhood, guess where all of the crime is going to be? It's in your neighborhood. Dinesh D'Souza did not do any investigations at all in any red areas. He strictly went to blue areas. So the whole thing he did was biased to begin with. But I will say this before moving on, is that none of the claims, because Trump had 60 court cases, and one of the biggest arguments is they never listened to Trump's claims, which show that Trump won and they didn't give him a fair shake. I just want to say this. The reason that Trump looks like he was victorious is because everybody that believes it has a side order of assumption added on to the top of the milkshake. You put a cherry on top, well, in this case, it's assumption. Everything that looked fraudulent that the Democrats were accused of doesn't work unless you add assumptions onto it. There are dead people that voted. So I assume they voted on behalf of the Democrats. There were illegal immigrants that voted. So I assume they voted for Democrats. I saw polling places putting boards and covers over the window so I couldn't look in. So I assumed they were cheating on behalf of Democrats. I saw Ruby Freeman passing USBs like vials of crack. Isn't that what Rudolph Giuliani said? So I assume what was on there was beneficial to the Democrats. If you go to court, you can't go to court with a bunch of assumptions. They're going to tell you, okay, you said dead people were voting. Can you show me who they actually voted for? Is it possible that maybe somebody took the ballot of a dead person and voted on behalf of the Republican Party? No, because I assume Republicans are honest. Only Democrats cheat. That's the reason why his cases were not listened to, because they're just all based on assumptions. All of this fraud that many point out that happened in the 2020 election, all of that fraud could have been done also on behalf of the Republicans. We just assume it was all done for Democrats. You can't go into court with a bunch of assumptions. In the movie 2000 Mules, they show folks going to the same mailbox over and over again. They use cell phone data to show they keep going to the same mailbox. But you don't know what's on the ballots they're putting in the mailbox. You're just assuming it's all for Democrats. That don't work in court. And that's why none of Trump's cases were heard. Is because when you go into court, they're going to tell you, we need to see what's on all of this stuff. If Antifa can go to a Trump gathering and create all sorts of disturbances there, that's what we believe happened on January 6th, right? It was Antifa. If Antifa can go to a Trump gathering and do all kinds of bad stuff, is it possible that a Republican can go to a Democratic neighborhood and cast fake ballots? Or do we assume all Republicans are honest and Democrats cheat? That doesn't work in court. And that's why at the end of the day, it's going to be very hard now, 2020, now, or even in the future for President Trump to prove that he won. It's because the overwhelming majority of it is based on assumptions. I went to bed, Trump was way out front. When I woke up, all of a sudden Biden is winning. I assumed they were cheating. But you have to actually prove it. And there's no way he's going to be able to do that. And until anything changes, that's what's going to go down in history, is that Trump assumed the Democrats cheated and was unable to ever provide any proof. In the comments, someone says, I see Q is here. Q is always welcome here. When I say we go left of Bernie Sanders to him having dinner with QAnon, we mean it. Q is always welcome. Judges don't like to even consider election fraud cases. Well, once again, that's based on an assumption. It's based on an assumption. You just do the math. The math says it was an honest and true election. I mean, you can't get over the math. Well, it ain't just the math that I'm concerned with. It really concerns me that a hell of a lot of Republicans, the overwhelming majority of Republicans, even the ones that would have actually gotten a second term and remained in power if Trump won, are mostly saying Trump lost. Very, very few Republicans in Washington, in governorships, are saying Trump won. It is very hard to find Republicans that say Trump won, and they would have all remained in power. That speaks volumes to me. Not to mention, unlike Trump, who lost the election in 2020, a lot of Republican Congress and Senate actually exceeded expectations, won their down ballot races in 2020. If the 2020 election was fraudulent, that means there's a whole bunch of Republican senators in Republican Congress that won by fraud. That never comes up. That never is mentioned. It's the belief that somehow there was cheating in the 2020 election with surgical precision that only targeted Trump. And the entire nation was united enough to actually implement something like this. All the way down to the average individual polling office. The amount of precision that would take is insane. It's insane. It's impossible to steal an election and only do it with one office. The dead people voting, they were voting Republican, but they just knew somehow not to vote for Trump. They voted for Biden, but they're checking off Ted Cruz and Governor Kemp in Georgia and all of that. They're just targeting Trump only. You got to show proof of that. That's a hell of a claim to make with no proof. And I see in the comments, I'm your ninja saying watch 2,000 Mules. I just stated I watched it 6 times. I paid for it the first time. Then I watched it 5 more times. We've done shows on it, but as I stated, the reason 2,000 Mules doesn't get, and by the way, the actual producers of 2,000 Mules have also came out. The folks who actually bankrolled the film have came out and said they're not even going to continue making it available. But if Trump won, you'd have a lot of Republicans singing it from the heavens because it would have meant they would have stayed in power. I mean, Mike Pence, you think Mike Pence wanted to lose? I mean, is Mike Pence better off having not certified the election and he would be still VP? That doesn't make any sense. All of these folks said Trump lost when it would have been far, far better off saying he won. Sir, they're not going to let Trump win. I'm so scared. If he wins, he wins. You can't stop him from winning. What do you mean? I'm just simply going to say this. It doesn't. Whatever you feel happened in the 2020 election, as long as I see evidence, I'm on board with you. If I see evidence that Trump, let's say, for instance, I'm hardcore Biden, which I'm not, but even if I was hardcore pro-Biden, and you show me evidence Trump won, look, we got away with one, but damn, you're right. I mean, you know, it is what it is. I would admit that. There's no evidence. There's just no evidence to defend what Trump is claiming. Not to mention, not Trump, but the state of Texas on behalf of Trump sued the state of Pennsylvania, stating that the changes they made, because they claim they made changes due to the pandemic. Texas sued Pennsylvania, claiming that the changes that Pennsylvania made were unconstitutional, went against its own constitution. When they sued Pennsylvania, you know who came forward on, once again, this week with George Stephanopoulos, the governor of Montana came forward and said, we made the exact same changes in our state that they did in Pennsylvania, and Trump won in our state, and they're not suing us. This is what I'm talking about, folks. Trump was not trying to make sure we had a free and fair election. He was trying to win. Any fraud that may have benefited him, he's okay with that. It's only when we have fraud that I lose. Now I want to speak out against it. But if the fraud was in my favor, I'm kind of okay with that. And that, to me, in my opinion, is what hurts his credibility. What Trump should have did is had Attorney General Barr or whoever he had go out, find all the frauds you can find, and present that to the Supreme Court and show, look, this election was not held properly. I think we need to have a do-over or something like that. But when you're only looking for fraud that works against you, it shows you really are not concerned with fraud. You just want to win. Should just came and then to yell out you won by a landslide, I don't know where the hell that came from. So I think it hurt his credibility. Anyhow, you guys know what time, and appreciate the 142,000 likes. Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Central, 1,300 hours is when we're here. We generally have an audience of about 1,500 to 2,000. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. So understand you don't have to agree with a damn thing I say, including what I just said now. And we don't censor your speech. So when you come into the box, when you're in the comment section, you have the right to speak here, the host. You don't have to agree with me. You know how I feel. I go left of Bernie Sanders to having dinner with QAnon. We do believe in people being able to speak. Never do we talk down to guests. We are always MAGA friendly, always have been, always will be. Liberals are welcome on the program. So Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Central weekdays, feel free to tune in. If you enjoy this type of dialogue, follow the program on TikTok. A subscription on YouTube, if you will, doesn't cost you a dime. Until then, I'll see you folks tomorrow. It is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. I gotta go. I see in the comments, MAGA says Plox. Fair enough. Pro 1A. I'm pro 1A as well. Thank you. Trump, vote Trump. We'll find out what? 4 months. 4 months is coming up. MAGA are allergic to facts only, all facts. Okay. Best you on the planet right here. You're seeing it. Says Eric. Okay. All right, Eric. I love your program. I'm really bummed that it doesn't turn it on automatically. Eric, there is a way I can let you folks know. I think there's a way you can put in an alert or something. I'll start doing it. But the program is on 1 p.m. Central every day. So I try to keep it near that. I do have a day job, so it's not like I don't work, but I keep it close to 1 o'clock. I may be 10 minutes later sometimes here, depends on what I'm doing for work that day. But 1 p.m. Central, we run about 3 hours that day. That's when you'll find us. Until then, I will see you guys tomorrow. Talk to you later.